6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hi everyone, I'm Sean. The quest to the City of Lights has started darkly, with Gabby Douglas, once America's most prominent gymnast, withdrawing due to an ankle injury. Connor McLean, a former national champion, tragically tore her Achilles at the US Classic a few weeks ago.
24 is what we're shooting for.
Yes.
I think you're gonna make it.
This sport makes dreams, but breaks them even faster. Tonight, the country will look to Simone Biles, the greatest gymnast of all time, as she aims to achieve what she couldn't in Tokyo. We hope Shilese Jones, the number 2 gymnast, can recover from her shoulder injury while maintaining her precision and elegance. Jade Carey, the reigning Olympic floor champion, needs to consistently perform, upgraded difficulty, and maintain her vault excellence to lead the team to gold in Paris. We also believe that Sunni Lee, the reigning Olympic all-around champion, can get back up to speed by trials, competing in her first all-around event in 3 years. We hope the rest of the hopefuls can round out the team and bring home gold in the City of Lights.
Hello, I'm Autumn, and welcome to Gymlandia's live coverage of the U.S. Nationals live from Fort Worth, Texas. This 2-day event writes assurance and history of all these girls. Unfortunately, some won't make it to the next step of the Olympic trials, which is an event these girls have dreamed of since before they can even remember. But dreams only come true when you make them without doing, such they can quickly become nightmares. Whose dream can turn into reality, and whose quickly ends this weekend? That all starts tonight.
Hello, I'm Langston and I'm back on my channel Gymlandia. Today we're going to be covering the Xfinity Nationals. Day 1. We're going to be covering Nationals Day 1 for you guys here today. I'm joined by Allie as well as Coach Shavasio, who's going to be giving us a little bit of a coach insight as well as covering this meet for you guys on our radio show. But anyway, Allie, can you kind of give like a introduction into what's happening today?
Of course, Langston. So today, you said it's the first day of U.S. Nationals. This is the next really big step for all these gymnasts in terms of making their case to be on the Paris Olympic team in 2 months' time. Our top contenders are obviously Simone Biles and Shilese Jones. Unfortunately for Shilese, she's dealing with a little bit of a shoulder injury, so she has chosen to withdraw from nationals and petition her way to trials, and we do expect them to grant that petition. She already made a really good case for herself at US Classic, where she was 2 points ahead of everybody else except for Simone Biles. And she is also the most decorated American gymnast of this quad. She has brought home 6 medals, over 2 world championships, while Simone Biles, who's only been to 1 world championships this quad, has brought home 5. But Javasio, who else do you think we should look out for tonight, aside from Simone Biles?
Definitely Sky Blakely, Kalia Lincoln, Jordan Childs. I want to say Jocelyn Robertson also, but I haven't really seen anything from her that I think is great so far for the year. She's still coming off of an ankle injury from last World Championships. So it will definitely be interesting to see if she could factor in after this weekend. And I want to say Kayla DiCello also from her Winter Cup performance. was a little bit different in classics, but hopefully she can get back up to what she did earlier this year at Winter Cup. And Trinity Thomas, Trinity Thomas, she's definitely getting in there on my list at least.
I like to add, Javasio, where the USA Gymnastics is kind of in, kind of bad shape. I kind of see a lot of parallels between as of now as well as prior. I want to say 2021, where you saw like a lot of lack of depth. Fortunately, not facing a country who has three gymnasts can put up a 57 like the RFC was able to do in Tokyo. But with Rebecca and Flavia, in particular Rebecca, as well as maybe Italy this year is able to not peak at Euros and able to bring a lot of that talent we saw at Euros to the Olympics. And with China as well, with Chu Chi-Yuan and Zhou Yuqin, in their spectacular beam routines, as well as, their upgraded, Chu Chi-Yuan's upgraded bar routine, USA I'm seeing a lot of cracks. Obviously, Shilese, we hope she can get back up to speed, but, they have to start preparing. What if they don't have Shilese, right? And without Shilese Jones, you remove her scores from last year, and Brazil could have beat USA. So when looking at the talent pool, can they really trust that Sky Blakely, someone who, has been inconsistent in the last two World Championships, as well as this domestic season, as well as Jordan Childs, someone who had huge mistakes at the Olympics prior, as well as failed twice on beam in the qualifications, had a really bad Pan American Games. You can also want to add in, Leanne Wong, who's been the most consistent of them. But Leanne Wong also, she did fall on beam and team finals and put up a very low score, coupled with Kayla DiCello, who's also having some kind of, inconsistency. We saw, as you mentioned, Javasio, at classics prior. So, with that, there is kind of a struggle, in my opinion, for, adding to the team. They have to really hope that Shilese Jones can up to speed. And I kind of want you to kind of talk about that, Allie, with what it means to lose Gabby and Connor McLean.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Langston. That really was a big blow to USAG coming into these trials. Gabby Douglas obviously is one of the greatest gymnasts of all time. She has some of the best execution we've ever seen. The way she does her skills, she has very few deductions that she gets automatically, regardless of how she lands them. And that's especially true for her bar routine. And she had put together a pretty high difficulty bar routine, 6.4, that would have given her the second highest difficulty in the US, but behind Shilese. And not having her bar routine to use in the team finals or her potential AA program, which could have very much gone above a 55 in the all-around if she'd been able to put it together, that's a huge loss for USAG. And the same thing goes for Connor McLean. He really did, I think, have a shot at an Olympic beam medal, and who had, has a really good vault. She does double twisting Yurchenko, and she can be very strong on a floor and who has improved on bars. So I think, in losing Gabby and Connor, USAG really lost out on a lot of standout routines that they could have relied upon. And now I think, aside from Simone and Shilese, we really only have Jade Carey with her floor and vault, as a gymnast who has individual medal potential. What do you think about that, Langston Javasio?
I definitely think losing Connor was a big deal for USA Gymnastics, and with the injury with Shilese Jones and Gabby Douglas, it's very unfortunate, how so many people are going down this close to the Olympic Games, which I've been saying they should have had these athletes out there a lot earlier in the season trying to get their feet wet instead of, trying to crunch everything in at the last minute. Langston?
Yeah, and I want to bring that up. Obviously, I believe Peacock is supposed to be starting roughly around now for the coverage. And I also want to bring up the fact that we all hear that, in particular, with these gymnasts. But, it kind of shows, because if Marta Crowley was in charge right now, I think it'd be a lot of differences. In my opinion, I wouldn't even know if I would risk letting Shiley's compete at Olympic trials. I would just accept her petition on the Olympics. The same way they used to do in the past with Betty Okino in 1992, as well as Shannon Miller, as well as Dominique Moceanu in 1996, which led to, the Magnificent Seven in my home city of Atlanta. So, regardless with that, I feel like they're not kind of being strategic with how they're doing things, at least from my opinion.
I think Peacock just started their coverage.
They did. Hallelujah. We will be focusing in as soon as they show us routines, guys. But I do want to say, I agree with you, Langston Jabasio. I think that we're really seeing, we saw mistakes at classics that we don't normally come across. And I think a big part of that is that a lot of these gymnasts have not competed this year. Or, well, some of them have competed for college, like Jade Carey, who did have a pretty good U.S. Classic. But we saw mistakes from a lot of these other girls, and that's not a great start.
Absolutely. And can we just talk about the fact that Simone Biles looks absolutely gorgeous? I love this Leo on her. I love how it matches her skin. She looks just really beautiful in terms of like how she has her makeup looking. Like she just looks absolutely outstanding. I believe we're going to see her do vault on Javasio. So I'm really curious to see what we see from that.
I think I think it seems like based from what she did in podium training, it seems like she's gonna go for the Chang in this meet. But we'll see. We have someone in the arena right now. We just got word that she stuck the double pike in the warm up.
Oh, wow. I did not see that, so I definitely have to check the chat. Last week we had you in the arena, so it's good to have someone else here as well. As part of our team over here at Gymlandia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. He did send it in our chat, and he said that she just stuck the double pike. That's why I was so frustrated. I'm like, I don't want photos; just send videos.
But I do agree with you, Langston. She looks awesome, and I really love the. It looks like she has some like rainbow glitter in her Leo. It looks like she's about to show us what she's going to do on vault. So over to you, Jabasia.
Here we go. Let's see what she's going to do. I was trying to get a look at the number to see what she's doing. There she goes. She goes to the Yachenko double pike. 310 step on the landing, but because the start value is so high, 310s off is not gonna do it's not gonna hurt her at all. We expect to see a big score from this.
Yeah, Javasi, that's really good to see. And we're kind of seeing that in slow motion. You can see the excellent execution. Unfortunately, last year, she lost to Rebecca Andrade in the vault finals. And, main reason that was is despite her fall, she had her coach on the mat. Without her coach being on the mat, as you see, she's doing it just by herself. She avoids a 5-10 penalty, which really helps her in a vault final. As well as, we believe we might see Jade Carey upgrade, as well as obviously, Rebecca Andrade, the reigning Olympic champion on vault, as well as Jade Carey, the world champion in 2022.
Yeah, I just want to add on Simone's vault with her excellent execution. Really, she's only getting deductions on that vault, I believe, for that step on landing and maybe a 10th off for her flexed feet in the air. But everything else about that vault execution is stellar. The height and distance are nobody else in the world, especially on the women's side, is getting height and distance like that on that vault. She gets higher than some of the men whose vaulting table is 4 inches higher. And you see her legs are together. Her legs are perfectly straight. She's got an excellent pike position. So I expect to see a really huge number for her on that vault, even with the step on landing.
And she's about to go for a second vault. So at Classics, she did not do 2 vaults. So she was not able to medal on vault at Classics, because in order to medal at any gymnastics competition at the elite level, you have to do 2 different vaults from 2 different families. So 15.8 was her score on that Yachenko double 5, 9.4 in execution. So only 6/10 off on that vault. I would say that's a pretty fair score. She's about to go for a second vault. I believe her second vault will be the Chung. She's been trying to train a more difficult vault recently that's also named after her. It's called the Biles 2. It's a half on double twist off, but I don't think she's gonna she's planning on doing that here. Here she goes. Goes for the chung, so small step back. Not a lot of form issues in the air, just a little bit of feet crossed and a little bit of flex toes, but I think this was great for her also.
Yeah, it looks really, really good. According, we missed a lot of scores. I believe that we're seeing a lot of scores come up as well that we could have missed. I'm curious to see what we could have seen from Kayla DiCello as well as from Leanne, as well as from Jordan and a lot of the others. I have heard that Kayla DiCello scored a 14.5 on bars, which I don't know how that's possible.
I don't know. I'm looking at the scores right now, and she did score 14.5 on bars. I'm hoping that they will show us. They'll show us the replay on that.
So we're
Yeah,
seeing
I would love to see that as well because as we know, Kayla's not bad on bars, but she does have some pretty big built-in deductions. But most importantly, Jade Carey is up on floor right now. She is moving through her choreography very, very well. Yeah, it seems like she's getting more and more comfortable with this as she goes, which will be good for her. That will save her tense on execution. She just did, I believe that was a
Beautiful.
yeah, absolutely beautiful opening pass. Better landed too than her first pass was at American Classic and at US Classic. She comes for her second one. Let's see if she upgrades. Ooh, she has done a Chuso Vitna for her second pass, also extremely well executed. So she is starting out with two really high value tumbles. She gets 9/10 for that first one and 8/10 for that second one added to her score. She's moving through her leaps fairly well. I could stand to see a little more flexibility from her. The judges could too, for her to avoid any deductions. But again, you see her floor choreography is looking pretty natural to her. Seems she's getting more comfortable with the audio. Right, and then she's going into a full twisting double tuck for her third pass. Again, the difficulty is really here. We're seeing upgrades from her, which is so exciting. So, Jabasia, what are you thinking of this floor routine so far?
I think she's definitely improved her artistry a little bit. She's still gonna get a few deductions going down that checklist, but she's definitely gonna try to maximize with the difficulty and the tumbling
Mhm.
to get her maximum score up.
Yeah, and they just showed us her floor score. It's a 13.6 with a 5.8 difficulty and a 7-point execution. A little
Well, I
surprised.
Well, I mean, even with the upgraded more, it's still a pretty low score for me for Jade Carey, someone who's the reigning Olympic champion on floor. She definitely would like to get her score up on floor going into Olympic trials.
Oh, I agree. And now they are showing us Sinisa Lee on beam. She just did a really nice layout step out mount. That's an upgrade for her. Oh, and we see her first mixed series. She did an aerial walkover into a split jump, into a back handspring. So everything is looking very smooth from Sunni now. Not seeing too many deductions in her form or her rhythm. It's moving with good fluidity. Again, this could be an important routine for Team USA. They will obviously want a good bar routine from Sunni as well. That is typically thought of as her best event. Okay, she goes through another leap series. Not the best with her splits or her bring position in the third leap in that series, but overall, doing well. Oh, no. Oh, she saved it. She almost fell on her acrobatic series, which is very difficult. It's a side aerial into two layout step outs, but she did save that. Oh, but she had another check on her switch ring leap, which I think might have had a lack of proper ring position. And she got through her dismount again pretty well, though again, we saw some form errors there and a little hop to the side.
Yeah, Allie, I want to add in. there were definitely some errors. I do want to add into Javasio's point where he brought up the fact that Jade scores. Jade is a gymnast who her vault and floor, in particular her floor scores, usually go up internationally. Domestically, she kind of has a history of scoring a little bit worse, which I'm not sure why that is, but uh, internationally, she still scores, a lot better. And, despite these low floor scores she's been getting as of recently, she's still been, placing pretty high up in the all around. So we're going to see how that translates across the other events.
Very, very nice to see Shilese out on the floor to support her teammates.
She looks absolutely beautiful as well. Like
As
I agree with
always.
that. Like she just looks absolutely spectacular. I'm glad to see her glowing and not stressing, with kind of these kinds of injuries. I just really hope that, she finds her way on the Olympic team. We're gonna rewatch Kayla DiCello, and I hope this bar routine is absolutely amazing because a 14.5 with Kayla DiCello's bent knees with all of her building deductions. I don't know how that's possible. But anyway, we see her starting on bars as of now. She's doing a starter full. She missed that handstand right there into Maloney, into her Hindorf. Pretty well executed overall. She's going into her piked Jaeger. Now I believe she's going to do a church into a pack salto. That was an improvement, a major improvement from Winter Cup. Just some body alignment, some major issues. Pretty good Van Leeuwen back up to the high bar. Now she's going to do her full end dismount with a little pace back. And also, she also has, I want to say, bent knees on all of her giants, but that was a pretty decent routine. What do you guys think about that, Ali and Gervasio?
I'm still looking at the routine right now. I think you're a little bit ahead of me. Um, but yeah, definitely a lot of bent knees on those giants. It's something that she wants to, clean up going into trials if she really wants to factor in on making this Olympic team. But I think 14.5 is a little bit too high for that routine.
This is still a massive improvement, though, for her. And now we're seeing Jocelyn Robertson up on vault, Gervasio.
Oh, oh God.
So I hope we see an improvement here. She's going to do her chain, and that is an improvement. Unfortunately, she did really over rotate that vault, but she was getting ready for an injury. She scores a 14 with that. And that's about right. She did have a 310 pace back, but that's still a pretty low score. Numerous double twisted Yurchenkos can score that. I also want to bring up about Kayla DiCello, a 8.4 E score in my opinion is just too high.
I really agree there, Langston. The way I was watching it, I think that is one of the best bar routines I've ever seen her do. And I do believe it would go above a 14 internationally, maybe a 14.1, 14.2. But she does have a lot of errors on her handstands. And as Gervasio said too, bent knees on all over giants, and that's 1/10 each time you do it.
Right. And we just saw a double Susie Yurchenko from Jordan Childs, just really cleanly executed. She got a 14-1. She did kind of have a little bit of uncontrol on that. For Jordan, she's going to have to want to do, some of the best balls. We were expecting to hopefully see her upgrade this fall, as well as, potentially adding a chain or adding a half twist to her double Susie Yurchenko, bring back her Aminar. But, I had speculations that it would not come. And as of now, I proved to be right. But, I do want to say we might see Sky Blakely upgrade her vault. And we're seeing a replay from Sky Blakely as of now.
And that is good for her that she is trying to upgrade for Sky Blakely. And you're right, Langston. I think Jordan Childs is a really, really talented vaulter with very good form, but without a higher, difficulty vault, I don't think that she can set herself apart from some of these other contenders, at least on that apparatus.
And we're seeing Sky Blakely on bars. And, she starts off with a starter half into a downy. She's doing into a pike Jaeger. Now she's did a downy to pack. And something you notice about Sky Blakely is her first starter half is only a C element. She has very bad handstand position on that. She just did a toe on full into a Van Leeuwen. Now she's getting ready for her dismount, double front with a half twist. Really well executed. But for Sky Blakely, she's doing this skill that could give her 0.3, even sometimes 0.5 tenths off in handstand angles. And that's kind of weird to me because it's like, what you can just take that out. It's only worth a C anyway. So why, I'm saying, losing that much on something that like that is ridiculous. And I think an 8.5 E score is a little bit overscored. I do want to say that last year, they were expecting higher scores from her, and she only put up like a 14-1 in team finals, as well as in qualifications. But as of now, we're seeing Leanne Wong up on the floor exercise.
I am just waiting for my coverage to catch up with that, Langston. I think Javasio and I are both a little behind you, but I think we're making it work.
Yes.
Anyway, this is
Which I don't understand how we're behind him. We're in the United States.
I know. I
I'm
suppose
watching.
Japan is
I'm
ahead of
watching
us.
Peacock online. I think you guys are watching it on your TV, so that's maybe why.
Yes. All right. So Leanne goes through her first skill. Very nice double booth turn and a beautifully executed popa.
I didn't even get there yet.
And now she is going through her first pass, a double twisting double tuck, fairly well landed, good chest position, a little hop back. Her dance is pretty expressive. A lot of people think that Leanne is one of the more artistic American gymnasts. Her and Shilese Jones, really. And we're seeing her going into a fairly well executed double layout again. It's got decent power and decent landing positions. She looks very energetic going through this routine as well. Very expressive movements, very good extension. I want to say I am a fan of this leotard as well. She's in the corner now, gearing up for her third tumbling pass. She did fairly good. Looked like a back 1.5 to front 1.5.
I want to add in, Allie, though, I'm very disappointed to see that third tumbling pass, though. But the first ones were executed absolutely spectacular. You see her getting, I just saw her score come up. She got a 13-7 for this event. And, I don't know if I agree with that. I feel like her execution was definitely better than that. So you kind of see the scores are a little fluctuating. And a lot of people question if they're fluctuating to paint certain narratives that aren't true. And I don't understand why they do that, because it's like, if you take these into the Olympics, when you get these scores and qualifications, now you're going to be looking crazy. Like, why just not score them how they would be scored internationally?
13-7 is definitely too low for this routine. I do not agree with that score at all.
I agree. I'm with you guys. I thought that was very beautifully executed. She had very few deductions on her landings, and her tumbling form looked really good. I do want to say
her third pass was actually a back half into front full, which I don't understand, because in the podium training she did a back 1.5 to front fulls.
Yeah, Javasio, I looked at that and I thought that was a back 1.5 to front full, but I thought, no, she can't still be doing that. I don't think she even gets any connection bonus for that, but I suppose it's a placeholder.
Yeah, it's for her to get the credit for the front tumbling pass. So she's not doing the DeSantos anymore. So she replaced that with the third tumble pass.
But we assumed she was doing it for a placeholder last year, and it became her actual floor. I mean, so as of now, we don't know if she's going to upgrade that third tumbling pass, and that's kind of a problem. Like, we want to see Leanne Wong bring some more difficulty. As of now, we know Simone, Shilese, and Jade are the three big players going. We already knew that from the beginning. But, if she's going to try to get one of those last spots, those last two spots, we're going to have to see, her put up some top 3 scores on events. So we have a realistic justification for taking her, in addition to her consistency.
I completely agree, Langston. We see good execution from her, but unfortunately, if you have a low difficulty score, you can lose a 10th or 2 here and there on every single pass you land. Where, if she lands one of her leaps and has a big step or a big lunge out of those, that can be another 1 or 3/10 down the drain. So it really would be good to see her give herself more of a difficulty cushion going into Olympic trials.
Absolutely. I totally agree with that, Allie. And, it's just really good. We kind of get like this time, I guess, like to kind of reset and like kind of focus on what we saw. But this is a major improvement from Classic. Almost all of these top girls hit their routines. And, last week, we saw just a collapse. Like, we saw Sky, Gabby, Kayla, then Connor get injured, like all back to back. So it's really good to see all these girls starting off this competition off on good standing.
Absolutely. And I got to say, I'm really happy with all the routines I've seen from these gymnasts so far. Even Sunni on beam with her errors, she had 2 points where I was afraid she might come off the beam, and she did save it. Her execution score, of course, reflected her difficulties, but again, she saved it, and that matters.
I'm just looking at the scores, and I realized that Tiana Sumanaseko got a 14.25 on vault.
Yeah, her double 60 Yurchenko is pretty good. So, it's really good. It's just very unfortunate that, these girls are good, but outside of Simone Biles, you don't really see too many top players as of today in terms of internationally. Like, these girls would not be, you know, they probably wouldn't make the all around podium if they were competing at the world championships outside of Shiley's. So this is kind of like, the lesser of the top players in America. Obviously, some of them will make the team, but in terms of their actual scoring potential, like outside of Shiley's, we're not sure if any of these gymnasts could win an individual medal. Potentially maybe Sunni on beam. Obviously, we know Jade Carey as well, but outside of those three, we're gonna be looking for some other places to plug into the team.
Absolutely. And again, Jade Carey's medal record on vault and floor really is unbelievable. At every single time she's been to a world championships or an Olympic Games, she has come away with at least one medal on vault and floor. And that's a record that I think the selection committee should keep in mind when they're picking this team.
Absolutely.
Just looking at the scores and trying to get ahead of what's going on, it seems like Trinity Thomas had a pretty low landing on one of her tumble passes on the floor, and it seems like she scratched the meat.
Oh
'Cause
dear,
she has a 0 right now on vault.
And I want to say something, Allie. I'm sorry, Javasio, that I kind of have questions for. Like, I don't understand why she landed and this kind of happened with Connor McClain. Like, these gymnasts compete double layouts their whole year in college. Trinity has the best double layout we might have ever seen. And for her to be falling on a double layout, like, you could do that in college, but you can't do that in the league.
I do really wonder about that. Yes, because you would think with these girls who are gymnasts who are competing at college that they would be getting some more consistency and practice from that. And unfortunately, they don't seem to be. Although I suppose it looked like from the replay I saw, maybe she just didn't get the rebound from the floor that she needed. And it only takes one time, unfortunately, for you to mess up on something that you've been doing your whole life, because you just don't get the right bounce on the floor. Javasio, Javasio, as a coach, what do you say? What do you say about that, or what do you see about stuff like that?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Yes, please. Yeah. What do you think about these gymnasts making these errors? Did it look to you like Trinity just had a really bad, punch on the floor? Like maybe she hit a spot that didn't have as much bounce, or?
Like I said, this is a national championships, and these girls they really didn't had much like test meets throughout the year leading up to these big competitions. I see U.S. nationals as a big deal, as long as well as Olympic trials, and when just the way the U.S. national team staff is going about things this year, I think it's kind of like a setup for failure, because everybody's just getting out there so late in the game, and they're trying to prove that they're worthy of making this team, but it's just too much too soon. They should have been out there a lot earlier in the year getting their feet wet.
Yeah, that's a problem, especially for Trinity Thomas, because it's like, Trinity, you already don't have the difficulty that you want to put up for an Olympic team. And despite not having that, you pulled out of Pan Am's, right? Like, you did scratch the meet, part of the meet at Classics, and for you to do this again at Nationals, do you see a reason as to why she might not even get picked to make it to the Olympic trials?
I mean, I think her problem right now is I'm not sure if she's really had any routines where she could say that she's made a good case to be taken to trials. Perhaps her bar routine at US Classics, which did score a 14.3, but we're seeing very similar scores here from Sky Blakely and Kayla DiCello. So I don't know. Jordan Childs also scored a 14.3 on bars at US Classics. So yeah, I don't think Trinity has necessarily made a great case for herself here.
No, or throughout this whole season, unfortunately. And it's very unfortunate. I think they will have to take her because obviously, like I said, losing two of their star players, Gabby and Connor, they're kind of looking for any kind of backup scenarios as of now. They just can't. They are in war mode at this point. Like they can't be, focusing on what can we do for the best. Like they have to be focusing on what's the worst case scenario and how can they do damage control with that.
Exactly, Langston. We saw the worst case scenario for the team in Tokyo when Simone Biles got the twisties on her vault and had to pull out for the rest of the team competition. So they really need to build around, a team to make sure that if one of the top two gymnasts, Simone Biles or Charlize Jones, get hurt, that they'll still have the other gymnasts who can put up scores to fill in for them.
And if you look now, they're putting up like a team analyst, and they have Simone and Charlize up on every event. That's very bad strategy to put up, the same gymnast like on two gymnasts doing all around. That's a horrible strategy, at least for the United States. It kind of shows our lack of options. So they definitely want, obviously, we expect for Jade to take that vault and floor spot 9 times out of 10. As well as more than likely we'll see, hopefully as of now, maybe Sunni Lee filling that bars and beam spot. And I would also like to hope that we'll see Sky Blakely or Jordan Childs or Leanne Wong, maybe Kayla DiCello take that last spot on the team.
That is what I am thinking should happen as well, but we will have to see. Particularly what bar routine Sunni Lee puts up, since she's only put up one bar routine this whole season. Her health issues, she's been having health issues that have really impeded her training. And unfortunately, on that bar routine, she fell twice. So we'll really have to see what she can put together at nationals and Olympic trials. And hope for the best.
The ABPP was saying that Sunni Lee was going to have a 6'8". I thought she was going to have the scores to beat Charlize Jones. So to see her in this situation as of now, I'm kind of appalled because we were told to expect a lot more than this. So, it's really pushed, in my opinion, to like somewhat overcompensate Sunni Lee's current abilities. It's not to take away from her, obviously, her her, in my opinion, talent as a gymnast. But she is, all of these things are put up on her, all these things that she's supposed to achieve, but she doesn't usually live up to those kinds of standards that her fans put up on her.
Exactly. I think that creates very unrealistic expectations surrounding both Sunni Lee, and it also leads to some of her competitors and their accomplishments, particularly the accomplishments of Charlize Jones, really being minimized in a way that I don't think is appropriate or realistic.
Leanne Wong up now on vault. Goes for the Lopez. I'm not sure if that's going to get credit because there was a slight pike down. I believe this was her second vault.
Yes, the international judges have been very, very strict about these Lopez vaults. That's a Yurchenko or round off onto the springboard with a half twist on and half twist off.
That, as well as the Gojin, like it's certain skills that like the judges just have it out for, like the Gojin, the triple twist on floor as well. Just want to be we're seeing her double sister Yurchenko in replay, and that's one of the best DTYs we've ever seen Leanne Wong do.
Yeah, I'm seeing that coming up on my screen as well, Langston, and it is good to see her doing a clean DTY, especially after that floor. Oh, I agree with that, Langston. That was very well landed.
Yeah, we haven't really seen that since 2019, in my opinion. Now we're going to see Jade.
Definitely, and a beautiful score too, 14.2.
Yeah.
Very good for Leanne. As we said, we thought she was a little underscored on floor, but she's still having a good meet so far.
Yeah, and with Jade Carey, she's getting ready, I believe, she's going to do a chain vault. She was able to win the world. She was able to win the world championship title on this event in 2022. Unfortunately, in Tokyo, she ended up tripping on her way down the vault runway, and she was a favorite for gold on that, and she ended up giving that up and to Rebecca Andrade. So I'm kind of happy about that, but not happy that happened to her, but I am happy that Rebecca was able to win. But she kind of gave away a really huge opportunity, and she kind of wants to make that up if she's able to make it to Paris more
Here
than
she
likely.
goes. She said it's all about the run for her. A little bit of legs throughout, a little bit of flex toes, but this should be a decent score for Jade Carey.
Yeah, Jake Carey is one of those vaulters who has, pretty good, really good power and form that tends to look decent in the air. Although, as you said, Jabasio, she always has some minor issues with her leg form and her foot form.
But I do want to say something that Jade Carey's kind of good at is like she's kind of good at taking a small hop and stopping. She kind of struggled with like controlling her hop. Like she took a little hop and like she wasn't like in full control, in my opinion, of like maybe I could be wrong. Maybe that's like my personal perception. But like you saw like her chain look pretty well. And you saw when she put it to her feet, it's like she kind of like didn't like stop. Like she took a small hop and then took a step out of it. That can be another 10 for control. You want to just stop, not like have any extra movements.
I agree. Usually, one of Jade's best qualities on vault, aside from her power, is her ability to control her landings and minimize deductions that way. And that's how she sometimes outscores gymnasts who have better form. They give away a lot on landing, and she doesn't. But I still think that was a good chunk.
14.5 for that. How do you feel about that? I don't know if it's that low, but I don't think it should have been like the 14.8 we usually expect from her.
That is better than what they gave her the last time she did that chung at US Classic, and I do think that was a better chung. But I agree, Langston. The domestic judges we've seen consistently lowball Jade on her scores on vault and floor in a way that the international judges really don't. I think some of that is that Jade does tend to perform her best in her best routines internationally. Anyway, she's up on her DTY now. That was, again, very well executed, maybe a 3/10 hop, but good otherwise. But yeah, I think Jade gets lowballed domestically on vault and floor, and I hope, compared to what she gets internationally, I hope the selection committee remembers that.
But really overscored on beam for some reason. So I don't understand.
I agree, Langston. These domestic scores really seem to be all over the place. I don't think that the U.S. is the worst defender on that. Not by a long shot, but I think that it's sometimes, it hurts the gymnasts because they don't get the feedback they need to, decide what choices they should make for their routines going into these international competitions. And I don't think that it helps the selection committee either. What do you think, Jabasio?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, what do you think about Jade's vaulting and Jade's scoring?
I think that was pretty decent. The scoring, I think it was pretty decent also. I think she can do a little bit better in terms of landing, especially in her DTY. And also, if she really wants to win an Olympic medal, she's probably going to have to upgrade her second vault to an Amina.
I agree that would be the way to really secure both her spot to her ticket to Paris and a medal on vault in Paris. Her DTY looks pretty powerful. It looks as if she could upgrade it to the Aminar.
Yeah, Jade Carey's excellent at pacing herself, and you're kind of seeing that. So we just want to see if Jade Carey can hit her bar routine. Can she break 14 on this bar routine? If she can break 14 on this bar routine, in my opinion, that makes her a lock because that means that's a usable score for USA in team finals if it comes down to the worst case scenario. And obviously, we want to see her be consistent on beam, but we don't plan on using her at the Olympics on those events. But regardless, having them up as spares with what we saw from her on vault and floor today, that's a really good sign.
Absolutely agree, Langston. That is something, we want to see because if you have a worst case scenario like Tokyo or what we saw all the way back in 2008 in Beijing, where you have to compete with one or two less gymnasts, it's good to know that you have somebody who has a solid all-around program whose scores can be used in case of in those worst case scenarios.
Sunni Lee up on floor now. Allie Langston, I don't know where you guys feed.
I am just seeing her right now.
Me as well.
This is one of the problems with the Peacock broadcasting, unfortunately. But at least they are showing us a lot of routines and scoring.
They are.
So Suni Lee's floor will be an important routine for her. This is not a routine the selection committee or the team coordinators would want to use internationally. But like we were saying with Jade, it will be good for Suni if she can show that she can do a floor routine in case somebody else gets injured, in case one or two gymnasts get injured.
And we're seeing a double layout, just a little bit of form in the air as well as a lack of control. She's going to attempt her double L, and that was very poorly executed. I want her to attempt a memo or something different because that turn has been giving her problems since 2021. Excellent ring leap, though, as well as her switch full. Just a little small hop on that.
I agree. I think that she needs to replace that double L turn with something else, like a memel turn, where she would have her leg all the way up. Because that's also a skill that the international judges have been downgrading a lot, that double L turn. And I think that a lot of gymnasts should really reconsider having that in their routines. What do you think
I
of her
love
floor
how
routine?
she saved that triple L. She was about to fall out of it, but she did not do what she did last time. We kind of saw that on Beam. You like to see someone who doesn't do perfect, but is able to save mistakes. You want to see someone who's a fighter. That's something we're kind of seeing from her. And she's going to attempt her last tumbling pass as of a double tuck. Javassi, how do you feel about this routine so far?
A little bit better than classics, but like you mentioned, still a lot of trouble with the dance elements. That double L turn will definitely be devalued. I think she can switch out that double L turn for maybe a 4 tumble pass.
What would you score this?
I would say 13-3, maybe 13-4.
That's high. I was thinking 12-9, 12-8.
No,
Yeah,
no, Langston.
Emma Malabuyo scores like a 13, and I think Emma Malabuyo has better execution in this.
Emma Malabuya also does not have difficulty, which she
But this
desperately
is
needs
roughly
right
the
now.
same. Emma Malabuyo has a double pike. She has more difficult dance elements, and she doesn't have a double layout, but she has a more executed double tuck. And her last swimming pass is better. So with that kind of logic, I'm thinking she should be a little bit lower than that in terms of how from the outside looking in. We're seeing Kayla DiCello on Beam, and she has been very overscored. Very overscored on this domestically. She's doing a triple L turn, really well controlled.
I think you meant a triple wolf turn, but yeah, so if someone did ever do a triple L turn on beam, that would be very impressive.
Same issue with this Torjite full she keeps trying to tip. She doesn't even get it credited, and she also has a lot of deductions on this. She's going to do a backhand spring into 2 layout step outs. Her feet looked a little bit more straight in this, though. That's a major improvement. Still some flex feet, but the bent knees looked a lot less. Really good switch leap. Very bad switch half. I don't know if I would credit that switch half to backhand spring. How do you feel about that, Allie?
Ooh, I'm not sure. I'm just looking at her attempting it now, but I do want to say that split full really needs to go. It is, that tour jete with the extra half turn. It really is. I don't know if I would credit that connection. I think she would get docked 1/10 for a slow connection, but she would get credit for doing it because she did keep her swing all the way through from her leap to her acro skill.
And then we're coming up on a dismount, round off 2.5 twist. That was her absolute best one. She did have some errors in this, but I think this is Kayla DiCello's best beam routine she's ever done. I think this should score like in the mid 13s, in my opinion, which is a major improvement for her. A 13-2 from Sunni Lee. She does
Pretty
have
solid.
a 5-2 difficulty, but Javasio, I believe, doesn't I'm sorry, Emma Malabuyo have like a 5-0 or 5-1?
I don't know. I'm not sure, but I would say this is a pretty decent routine for Kayla DiCello. Simone Biles is up next on the bars. She did her opening sequence. A little bit late on her full turn. Very nice pike to Kachev. A little bit of flex toes in the Van Leeuwen. A little bit short on some of her handstands also. Slight hop on her dismount. This is what you're going to see all day from Simone Biles. Consistency all across the board.
Can we talk about how perfect that toe on full was at the end? Like her handstands on some of her pirouettes have really improved a lot. And that's something that we're really happy to see. That was an excellent bar routine from Simone.
I completely agree, and it's great to see how far her execution has come on this apparatus because it used to be known as the one apparatus that she didn't really excel on, especially in compared to her other events. But she won a world medal on uneven bars in 2018, and ever since then, this has really become a reliable event for her.
Jordan Childs up next on bars. Langston, I don't know how far your feet is, but Langston, what do you think about this leotard?
No comment. My mama told me if you don't have anything nice to say, let's not say it at all.
Doing a pretty decent job with her gymnastics, though. We're here for the gymnastics. We're not really here for the fashion. But, we're still going to talk about things like that. Very decent job with her skills. Jordan Childs is another gymnast who is very consistent on this event. Someone that you can definitely throw in a team final if needed. 14-5 for her on bars, tying Kayla DiCello right now for first place on bars.
But I want to say something, we're not sure what Simone Biles got on bars as well, but I want to bring up the fact that, she added in Van Leeuwen on bars. And, I believe her, Leanne, and Jordan are pretty similar on every event. So, I don't really see where they're distinguishing each other, but I do want to say that 14-1 from Kayla DiCello on beam. How? Like, I think this routine should have definitely been, I don't believe most of her routines should have broken 13 when you're getting scored, but I think this one should have definitely been like a 13-3 or so, but a 14-1, like why would they score someone that knowing they're going to get like a point lower internationally?
That is a really good question, Langston. And, even with that being one of the best beam routines she's ever done, particularly with regards to her dismount, we still saw she had a huge balance check on her split full, which I don't think they should have even credited. And she had some really big form errors on some of her other leaps, especially her switch leap half.
A 14.65 for Simone Biles. But something that's interesting to me is that Kayla DiCello got a higher DE score on bars than Simone.
And again, I do wonder about that because, as you pointed out, Simone Biles had had a handstand near the beginning that was a little short, but so did Kayla DiCello. And
with a lot more built-in errors. So I'm just like, I don't know about that. But I do think definitely they all should have broken 14. We're seeing Tiana up on bars, and this is her weakest event. Like I said, she reminds me a lot of Michaela Skinner and Allie Raisman on this event. Just look at that handstand. Already losing 5 tenths before you're even getting started, really. Already
I wouldn't say as bad as Michaela Skinner or Allie Raisman. Michaela Skinner and Allie Raisman was a lot worse than what we're seeing here.
Did you not just see that Van Leeuwen?
Tiana has decent swings. It just seems like she just still needs to get comfortable with these elite skills in her bar routine.
But I want to say Allie Raisman's leg separations weren't that big though. So, that's true, like her swing style, but swing style isn't really a deduction in Dakota points. I do want to say we do see some improvement for her here, but regardless, like this did not serve.
I agree, Langston. Her Van Leeuwen was, very poorly executed. A lot of people have some errors on that, and maybe a leg separation, maybe a little bit of a lack of height when they're flying from the low bar to the high bar. But you saw her; she didn't just have a leg separation. Her feet were flexed, one knee was bent. That's 1/10 on each one of those right there.
I want to say something, Allie. From what I saw, this kind of gave. You remember when Joaquina used to do her Joaquina, but she would straddle her legs? She kind of did that with a toe-on technique.
I did see that, yes, which was a little bit strange. I know with Svetlana Joaquina, the reason that she straddled her legs at that point was that she would not hit the low bar on her way up to the high bar. And I believe you are allowed to straddle your legs if you were a taller gymnast, and you need to do that to avoid hitting the low bar. But it was still very odd.
But you would expect her to at least be better than Jocelyn on bars, and I can even comfortably say that.
Jocelyn Robertson. What do you think about that, Gervasio?
No comment. As
I
Langston say,
understand.
my mama always taught me if you have nothing good to say, don't say anything at all.
Gervasio has really been coaching all of his girls excellent pack salto techniques. So I want to ask you, Gervasio, you're coaching 7, 8, 9-year-old girls excellent pack saltos. I don't understand how, someone at an age this big, like, after all this experience as an elite gymnast, can't do what you're teaching an 8-year-old girl how to do correctly. Am I missing something?
It's just I would say it's years and years of her doing the skill the wrong way. So it's definitely, even with one of the best bar coaches in the world, it's gonna take some time to fix such really bad form errors.
Yeah, but I would think that you would at least hope to try to fix something, but maybe I'm wrong, but we'll see going forward. But with that, we kind of see evenly matched across all events. And that's something that's really, really, really happy to see. But with that, who do you think is going to come in second into this meet to Simone?
I
Make
don't
your
know.
bets.
I don't know. It's kind of up in the air right now. It's looking like it can be Jordan Childs. It's looking like it can be Leanne Wong. It's looking like it can be Kayla DiCello.
The way that they are scoring Kayla DiCello, I would not be surprised if they gave her second, as long as she hits 4 for 4. But if I were to pick who I think should be in second, I would say it's more towards Jordan Childs at this point, having seen what she did on vault and bars.
We haven't
And
seen Sky's beam, but we know Sky is dramatically better than her other competitors on beam. I think we're getting a replay from her. We just saw 12.75 for hit routine from, this is without a fall, a 12.75. Like, you can't put something up like that even as a backup routine, because what if they make a mistake at the Olympics or World Championships? And that's what
Sky
domestic
Blakely up on
scoring.
beam now.
so Sky Blakely looks like they're telling us she's in third place after the first rotation.
Beautiful triple wolf turns up again. Very difficult skill coming up. Back with a full. Beautiful. Gearing up for her acro series. Fronting spring step up, front tuck. Usually does a jump out of that for some bonus points, but she was a little bit off and she just had to opt out from doing that split jump. Switch leap, switch half. A little bit short on the split. Front aerial to split jump. Going for a lot of combinations here in this beam routine. Side aerial, just some flex toes throughout these aerial skills, which, it's a deduction. Double pike dismount, chest up, large step on the landing. She's probably going to lose up to 3 to 4 tenths on her landing alone. Solid number for her, 14.45.
Yeah, that's about right. But we know Sky scores this, when she's scoring a 13.3 or 13.4 with a fall. We understand how she's going to get this when she hits. But how is Kayla DiCello getting the scores she's getting? And I have fear if they're going to take, Kayla to the Olympics, they're going to be appalled when some of these scores come up. Mama only scored a 54.6 at Pan Ams, which is a very overscored competition. And when you're scoring that at Pan Ams, when you're hitting 4 routines, what them scores going to be at the Olympics or the World Championships? You know what I'm saying? So with that, I see a potential rude awakening coming up for USA Gymnastics in the future.
I agree, Langston. And Kayla DiCello's beam routines were scoring pretty low at Pan American Games in particular. She's made some upgrades, which might add a couple more tenths to her beam score, but
or lose a couple of them at execution.
Exactly. And we were seeing, scores between, I think her lowest was a 13.0 and her highest, I think, was a 13.6. And for
Yeah,
them
and
to give her a 14.1 at this competition or a 14.3 at Winter Cup, I don't think that they're being realistic about what she'll score internationally.
right. I'm happy that we got to see Simone hugging Jay. I love to see these two excellent, really accomplished gymnasts, having really good spirits and towards each other. And I agree with that. We kind of saw this little bit with Jordan Childs in 2021 when she was somewhat overscored domestically, which a lot of gymnasts are. And when she got to the Olympics, she was scoring, 3, 4 tenths worse. And that's something that really hurt the team strategy. Like you want to know what to expect from someone so you can, kind of have an idea when someone goes up what to expect from them. Like if you expect a 14 and get a 13.3, you're gonna be like, oh my God, I sacrificed 7 tenths when you could have been prepared for that 13.3 from the beginning and took someone who could have scored a 13.8.
Exactly, Langston. That is why I don't think that these domestic scores are helping either the gymnasts or the selection committee. Because I think if they were, the judges were honest about what they would score on some of those skills internationally, they would know to either really get into the gym and work hard on improving the form on that skill, or they would take it out and replace it with a skill that's maybe a tenth or two lower in value, but that they save 3, 4, 5 tenths on execution on.
I've gotten word that Kalia Lincoln has scratched floor. That's wow.
Whew.
Gervasio, how do you feel about that? I'm gonna let you open up those can of worms.
Like I said earlier, I'm just so disappointed with the way USA Gymnastics have dealt with this Olympic year.
That's her best event, Gervasio. And in my opinion, it'll be hard for her to make the team even with that. But for her to like not even make it, or for her not to even compete, on that, like that's another thing that could really stop her from even making it to Olympic trials because that's the only place she adds to the team. If she's not competing, that is she going to submit a petition for it? I'm curious. She also just scratched vault from what I've been told as well. So I'm afraid for her. Like, is she up to par? Is she okay? Is she still comfortable being able to compete?
Sky
I'm
Blakely
seeing
just moved into second place.
hmm, not unexpected after that beam routine. But I
But
will say with the
unfortunately, I do want to say I believe she will drop. If I had to bet as of now, Kayla DiCello should beat Sky Blakely by a pretty good margin on floor.
that is true, Langston. That is one event where Kayla DiCello is certainly better than Sky Blakely. This guy might make up some ground with her on vault, especially if she does the upgraded vault that she's been doing.
Yeah, but in my opinion, I
Kalia
would
Lincoln
have.
out.
I'm sorry, Javasio.
Kalia Lincoln is out with an ankle injury.
Oh no, we just knew about that with Gabby Douglas. So I totally understand her withdrawing from floor and vault. The events are going to really affect that. On floor, she does a double twisting double layout named after Victoria Morris from Canada. And I believe she tries to do a choose a beat. And from what we've been told, Javasio, she plans on doing her front foot of full in her last tumbling pass, correct? So I remember she told us, me and you personally, that she was preparing a 6'4" floor routine this season. And obviously, with already issues with your ankle, you should never attempt something that difficult. That seems like a recipe for disaster.
So USA Gymnastics is saying she hurt her ankle on vault at podium training, and she didn't thought it was something that serious. Still try to push through it today, but her coach that says that she's definitely going to be trying to petition to trials, which I think they should accept her petition also.
At this
You
point, I would accept her petition as well. But to be fair, she was already in the bottom of the power rankings, in my opinion. So with this, it is very difficult to see her making the Olympic team, at least as of now. Do you guys agree with that logic?
I think she would really have to turn up on floor at trials, and she would also have to count on really poor performances on floor from some of her other competitors, primarily Jade Carey. But the one problem she's going to have with Jade Carey is that Jade Carey also has medal-worthy vaults, as
And
well as a
also,
lot of
Jake Carey's bar routine can be used in team finals. It wouldn't even really hurt the team that much if Mama can put up like a low 14, correct? So, with
Mhm.
that, where's the purpose on the team for Kalia Lincoln?
Well,
That's
right
true.
now it seems like Kayla Kayla DiCello is going to make this Olympic team. The way things are looking so far, with everybody going down.
It's a reach to say that, that she still has Jordan and Leanne to compete with. And in my opinion, as well as Sky Blakely. And I think obviously I would trust on Kayla DiCello's consistency over Sky Blakely's, despite her issues that we saw at the previous meet to this, the US Classic. But Sky Blakely does offer the team more potential, in particular on beam, than her. I think Sky Blakely can score the same as Kayla DiCello with a fall on beam, as well as Jordan and Leanne, as we saw, last year. Sky Blakely fell twice on beam and scored more than Leanne Wong with one fall. And she also missed the dismount bonus you get when you land on your feet, the 0.2 dismount bonus. She missed that and still outscored Leanne Wong. So, despite her inconsistency with one fall is still a decent score, which you could get from new gymnasts with the routine of their life. So you kind of see where there's some flexibility with her. But with Jordan Leanne, I expect Jordan Leanne, in my opinion, to outscore Kayla DiCello at least by a little bit on beam. I think they have better double Yochenkos than her. Don't you agree with that, Javasio?
Yeah, I definitely do agree with you.
And I would add too, at this point, Jordan and Leanne are also hitting their routines. And so far, I think they have them a little bit ahead of Kayla.
Yeah.
In
But I
these,
do want to say that Kayla has bought and floored two pretty high scoring events upcoming. Her double Yurchenko is not the highest scoring. Her floor is pretty high scoring. I'm going to be curious to see how that scores. But we do want to see that. Up now, we're getting ready to see Jade Carey on bars. And she did have a fall here, I want to say, at the Classic. So if she can hit this routine, it's to do herself some pretty big favors.
Exactly, Langston. Like you said, if Jade Carey can just show Team USA that she has a usable score here, that will help her case.
So she's now getting ready to prepare for her bar routine. She's going to jump up to the bars.
Beautiful.
I'm kind of I don't know what to expect in this routine. So I'm going to be kind of doing a little bit late. So she's doing a toe on into a Bahardawaj. That was much improved in terms of her execution. She does a Maloney into a Ginger. I think she could have gotten a little bit more height on that. She's going to do her as Hova back down to the low bar. Now she's going to do her Van Leeuwen. That was some leg separation on that. She really struggles with this handstand right here. That could have been 5/10 with a leg separation into her full end. That landing was spectacular. And that is a routine that USA can comfortably say that we could use if things came down to it, and wouldn't even score that bad, in my opinion. How do you feel about that, Allie?
I agree. She had a few bad handstands, particularly that last one that she had before her dismount, but her landing on her dismount was very good. And I think that should score pretty well in terms of difficulty and execution. Overall, her form is pretty good.
I don't think, honestly, in my opinion, I don't think that's going to score more than a 13.6.
I would agree with that. Maybe.
I would say like a 13.8 or so, but I can understand where you could get that logic, in my opinion.
Decent Yurchenko double full from Sunni Lee.
Well, that is a victory for her.
I would say you could make that argument, but for an American gymnast, you would expect more than that. What we saw from Leanne Wong as well as some Jordan Childs, this is still a significant downgrade. And after 2 years, we should have seen this earlier, in my opinion. I would expect to have seen this at Classics or at Winter Cup. She's been competing vault and beam for 2 years now, and this is the first double Yurchenko we've seen from her.
Well, Langston, after the Olympics, she had a mental block on the Yurchenko vaults. I don't know if you realize she's been doing different vaults in college without the Yurchenko entry. So I think for Sunni, it was all about, getting comfortable with competing in Yurchenko vault. And I really like the way she paced herself on that event this year.
If you're pacing yourself and that's the result you get, that's very unfortunate, in my opinion. So, with that, I hear that, but realistically, this is a 3 of 3 count system. So regardless of what she's attempting to do, what she's shown us still wasn't really well executed. But I am curious to see what they're going to give her with this. I do agree with your point, Gervasio. Internationally, I could have seen that being like a, I think they were giving Jade like a 13-7 with way less difficulty in 2022. So I can see that being around there because of some of the errors that you brought up. But to be fair, at this competition, you're seeing gymnasts get overscored on bars. So by that logic, we're seeing gymnasts like Kayla DiCello as well as Jordan Childs get 14.5s. You see how that score could be like a 14-1 or like a 13-9. And a 14 for Sunni on vault, Gervasio. Like, let's be so for real.
So for Jade Carey, she got a 13.5 on bars.
I am surprised by that compared to how they scored Kayla DiCello and Jordan Childs, who also had form errors, in particular Kayla DiCello.
Yeah, Jordan was definitely better than Kayla. But I do want to say that how did Sunni Lee score a 14 for that vault? I believe Gabby Douglas did an excellent double Sissy Yurchenko and scored that exact same score at American Classic, Gervasio.
I don't agree with that score, Link. So the 14 is way too high. Tell me 13.7, but not 14.
I completely agree, Gervasio, and I wanted to point out too, we saw a 14.15 from Jordan Childs and a 14.2 for Jade Carey on their double twisting Yurchenkos. And those I thought were much better. I know Jade Carey had a large hop back on her DTY, but Sunni had a large hop to the side as well on that DTY. So
I just saw someone say the judges are part of the ABPP.
I was just thinking that.
I do think you're right, Lynx, and I think that some gymnasts are definitely being favored by the scoring system over others here.
And what I don't understand is I could understand if they had something to gain from it, but what does USA gain from Sunni? Like, she's not like many Americans know who she is, so you can't really market someone who people never heard of.
Sky Blakely up on floor exercise right now. Really
This
love
is also her
new
weakest
music.
event.
Really love this new music from Sky Blakely. Oh. Huge seduction in her first tumble pass. But it's always better to have more power than less power.
In terms of avoiding injury, absolutely. And in terms of safety.
Beautiful second pass. Front handspring, front double front.
Named after an excellent gymnast from the US, I would say from Ukraine, Lilia Podkopayeva. You know, she did that really excellent. It's really good to see her live up to that same standard.
Wait, wasn't Lilia Podkopayeva on your overrated list?
Yes, but you can give someone certain skills they do correctly.
Yes, she did it beautifully. I love the way Sky sets for her double tuck. Lex and Ali, what do you guys think about the NBC coverage? They seem to be showing us a lot of gymnastics here.
They are, but for Sky Blakely, Gervasio, like, this is her weakest event, and she consistently has errors here. So it would be hard for me to take her and Sunni on the same Olympic team with both of them having floors in this condition.
5.6 difficulty for Jade on bar.
Yeah, that's a downgrade. So I totally understand a 7.9 E score. I think that is very appropriate. Gervasio 13.5. I believe it. I assumed that she was going for like a 6.0 or etc. So that's why I would expect a higher score. But that 9.0 E score for Sunni Lee on vault, that was one of the best double Yurchenko she's ever done. But man,
just looking at some of the scores from the earlier session, and Kamara Williams with an 8-1 on bars. Definitely seems like something happened there because I think Bean was her fourth event, and I'm seeing the score shows a 0. So I'm wondering if she may have gotten hurt while repeating bars. Also 12-7 on floor for her and one of her strongest events.
Did you say an 8-1 on bars? I don't believe that's possible.
8-1.
If she was unable to finish the routine, that definitely could be possible, especially if she got a penalty for not having 8 skills or not having a real dismount.
Well, here's a close up of Jordan Child's Leo, and I have to say it looks a lot better close up. Like seeing the details in the rhinestones, it looks okay.
It
Like
gives a disco ball from the 70s.
would love to
I
see
like
what.
half of it. I like the black and glitter half of it.
Can we talk about the excellent technique in her front pike onto the beam?
We absolutely
Beautiful.
can.
Definitely a new skill for her going into this year of competition. She's never performed that before. Beautiful in her 3 skill series, backhand spring layout. Spot on. Is it just me or does Jordan legs is just glowing tonight? It looks like so perfect. The skin color, her skin color, and the tone and everything. The way you can see her muscles, it's just beautiful.
She really looks like she has come back to this in great shape, and I think you can see that right here on beam. Everything she's doing looks very crisp and very deliberate. She's working with a good pace, and her form looks very good here.
Safe to say that this is a great routine from Jordan Child so far.
I absolutely agree. Showing good technique on her skills, and she looks pretty comfortable with the upgrades she's made, including that mount, which you two talked about.
Beautiful dismount, double pike, a little bit of flex toes, slight hop on the landing, but I am very happy to see this routine from Jordan Childs on beam. And it looks like she's very happy about it too.
This beam routine was really excellent performed. So it is really good to see this as well. This is an improvement from her. I do want to say, she did a really excellent beam routine in 2022 in team finals and still only scored, I believe, less than a tenth above Sky Blakely with a fall. So with this score, I do believe it would be dramatically higher than what they would score her internationally.
I do agree with that, but the one point I want to make is I believe that Jordan has added 2 or 3 tenths to her difficulty score between 2022 and now. So that will help her score internationally, I think.
But even still, like if you're at like a 13-3, that bring that up to like a 13-5, so that's still not a score you'd want to put up in team finals.
But a decent backup score, I think. And I believe internationally, I don't know what you think, Langston or Jabasio, but I believe internationally she would outscore Kayla DiCello because she has fewer built-in errors. Yeah.
You think she would outscore Leanne Wong? And a 13-2 from Sky Blakely on floor. How do you feel about Jabasio? How do you feel about that?
A little bit low, but she did have that big 310. She had that 310 hop and also 310s for going both feet out of bounds.
I think that was a little bit overscored though, Jabasio. I feel like that should have been in the 12s.
I don't think so.
A 13 is a pretty difficult score to get on floor. We saw Leanne Wong get a 13-2 last year at the World Championships with sticking, 2 passes. So I think that's really high. A little bit uncontrolled on her double-double from Kayla DiCello, but, overall, still an improvement from what we're seeing from Winter Cup. She had some errors on her second tumbling pass. That's what we're going to be really looking forward to this upcoming year.
Beautiful second pass from Kayla DiCello, 2.5 twist into front full. That was that second pass that Langston was talking about that she had trouble with at the U.S. Classic 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, we have seen an improvement here, though. Like, usually she has a lot more form errors in her twisting, and we do see some improvements as of now with that certain technique.
Ali, what do you think about her ring lead? Do you think that would get credit? I don't think it would.
It's probably not. I wonder why they keep that in there. But otherwise, this is a well structured routine for Kayla DiCello.
Yeah, her split full is excellent. Probably one of the best we've ever seen. A double pike, a low landing on that with a step forward. But I think they should score a high 13.
I would agree with that, especially from what we've seen from some of the other gymnasts.
13.85.
See, I believe wasn't Jay Carey and Leanne given a lower score than that?
13.6 and 13.7, I believe. 13.6 for Jade, 13.7 for Leanne Wong.
I think Leanne scored like a 13.8 on full. I mean, I think Jade scored a 13.8, but I don't know how that routine scored this. I'm at loss for words. A 13.7 from Jordan Childs on beam, which is appropriate, but I don't understand how she gets a 13.7 on beam, but somehow Kayla DiCello gets a 14.1.
Kayla DiCello does have
agree with you,
4/10.
Langston.
Mhm. I do want to say that Kayla DiCello does have 4/10 extra in difficulty over Jordan Childs, but I also think that Kayla should be losing those 4/10 in execution
Absolutely.
because Jordan's execution was much better. Kayla has at least 2 skills in that routine that are getting really, really heavily deducted, which we called out already. Or they should be getting really heavily deducted. And
I
you really do.
honestly don't think Kayla DiCello is getting all of the execution deductions that she should be getting. I mean, obviously, it to the normal eyes, it seems like she's doing a great job at managing her skills and her routine. But for people that really know what the skill's supposed to look like in terms of like execution, she still has a lot to work on, and I don't think that the judges are clearing her the way they should be.
And
The way they
Javasio, I'd
would.
like to add, you think that maybe there's so many deductions that the judges just can't keep up with their pen?
Oh my god.
That does happen sometimes, or so we hear. Sometimes gymnasts with cleaner form end up getting more execution deductions because the judges have more time to focus and take those.
Right.
Langston, I can't deal with you.
I just brought up a pretty valid point. Like when it's so many deductions at one time, it's kind of hard to mark all of them. But the robot judge won't miss any, of course, at the Olympics. Simone Biles just missed her first connection. But she's gonna reattempt the number one switch half into switch leap into a back pike that was executed really well. So I'm glad she's able to have a backup plan and kind of recover from that. But unfortunately, her competitors, Chuchi Ewan, as well as Julia Cheen on beam, I think she can beat Chuchi Ewan because of her E score. But Julia Cheen, there are some questionable connections within her routine, but she's going to attempt a 7-2. If Simone Biles is everything she's capable of, she's going to get, I believe, a 6-5. So that kind of throws out the whim of her needing mistakes from others to win gold on beam. Back handsprings into 2 layout step outs. This is an excellent beam routine, Ali. What is your thoughts on this?
I think, this is really looking like a standard beam routine from Simone, very confident. Everything is executed very well. Her connections are very fast and very,
Oh,
not many built-in deductions from her. She's attempting some pretty involved side choreography, which is good. I think I preferred her side choreography from last year.
That full and double tuck dismount was
beautiful.
absolutely spectacular.
Beautiful.
And with how these other gymnasts have been scored on beam, I think she should score a 15 with that if they're scoring, by that logic, at least like
I
a
agree,
15-1,
Langston. I agree.
15-2. So I don't believe she would receive that internationally, which is understood. But if you're gonna give Kayla DiCello a 14-1 on beam, you should give this a 15-3.
I agree with you, Langston.
I agree. And I think, with that stuck dismount in particular, which means, that saves her a couple tenths, I think internationally that could very well break 15.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I do want to say that I in my opinion, we could see. I think this could score like a 15. I think because I think this will get a 6-4 because she missed a connection on her dismount. And with
Mhm.
that, she loses the 10th, but I think that she gains a 10th back as well in artistry. I'm sorry, not artistry, in terms of just overall, like, execution and etc. I think this could be in the 8.6s with better dance elements. I believe she scored a 14.8 in event finals. I think this was a 2 or 3 tenths better in terms of her leap positions and etc. So I can see it.
I agree, and I noticed too when they were doing a slow motion reel of her acrobatic series, she does keep her toes pointed on those layout step outs, and she keeps her feet and her calves together when she goes through her back handsprings. So that will
Leanne
save her
Wong
some valuable tenths on execution.
doing a beautiful job with her first release. Beautiful Bahad Waj. Looked like she was going for the connection out of the pack into the Van Leeuwen, but she's only going to lose 1/10. Beautiful stock double layout from Leanne Wong. One thing about Leanne Wong is she is going to stick a bar dismount. 13.9, a little bit low in my opinion. I think this routine should have been like a 14.1. 5.7 in difficulty, 8.2 in execution.
I think this is about right internationally, but domestically compared to how you seen Kayla DiCello get a
Yes.
8.5, I think this by that logic, this should be like an 8.7. Only major deductions I saw was that
The
first
free hip half.
handstand.
Yeah.
Yes. And her and Sky Blakely struggling with these C elements is ludicrous to me.
14
Simone Biles,
Simone on beam.
a 8.4 on, I don't know how I feel about that. Didn't Kayla DiCello get an 8.1?
Kayla DiCello got an 8.4 execution score, and I agree. Langston, I think that is a pretty fair score internationally. I think that beam routine would get about a 13.9, 14.0, but it's really striking how they've scored other gymnasts. Some gymnasts, particularly Kayla DiCello, have gotten the benefit of the doubt with domestic scoring, and I don't think that that's good in terms of giving honest feedback to the selection committee.
Now we're seeing Tiana on beam. She's getting ready to do her series back handspring, 2 back handsprings into a layout. That was beautiful. That's something you would expect from a Chinese gymnast. You're going to see a front aerial into that split jump was very poorly executed into a quibba named after Olga Quibba, the person who made gymnastics in most of the experts' opinions. How do you feel about this routine, Jabasio? I really like this, actually. I love her choreography.
I like this routine too. I think she's definitely going to be one to watch out for on this event next quad.
I agree. You're seeing she has a lot of potential in this apparatus, and she's already showing, really good acro skills. Some of her leaps could use work, although her flexibility looks pretty decent on everything except for that switch half. And she has good choreography, good extension. And this beam routine is really free of errors like wobbles. She doesn't have too many pauses. I think that, she could be a star on this routine next quad.
2 back handsprings into a double pike, a little bit chest down. But I think this is a beam routine that she will be happy with.
Absolutely. And I wanted to add back to what Ali was saying. Ali, I was talking about bar on beam. They gave Simone a 14.8 on beam, but her execution was only 3 tenths more than Kayla DiCello's.
I really question that as a decision from them. Because like I was saying, Simone really just has much, much better form, much better connection speed. She keeps her legs straight, her toe point is better, her split positions are better.
And we have a replay of Hesley Rivera on floor. So I think that this is something that we all want to tune into.
Agreed. Yeah, they're saying she was the 2023 junior all-around champion, and her advancement to senior gymnastics has been something a lot of people have been anticipating.
She scored pretty decent on her first 2 events, seeing lots of improvement from Hesley between classics and this day 1 of nationals.
Yeah, she's really known as a beam worker, but she obviously has a lot of potential on her other events and a good deal of difficulty on floor, at least in her first tumbling pass.
What do you think
Or,
about her switch full, the landing of the switch full, Allie?
to give me a second to think about that, but I do want to say her tumbling looks good. It's well landed. She'd pike or choose have eaten it down, but her double layout was good. Oh no, I'm just seeing that switch full now. I wonder if they'll give her a fall for that, or if
She's been doing
they'll
that all
accept that
year.
as a choreographed decision,
She's
as a
been doing that all
choreography
year. I
decision.
don't think she's been getting a deduction on it because it's been something she's been doing since the beginning of the season.
My thing is,
That's
I think it's beautiful, in my opinion. I love how she landed.
Very original.
Yeah,
I agree. I agree, and I think it's deliberate. I think it's a deliberate part of her choreography, and it may help her avoid precision deductions in her landing position.
she went off on the first two tumbling passes, but the last two cleared her.
5-7 difficulty. She scores a 13 flat on floor. I think that's a great score for Hesley.
I kind of agree because I feel like the rest of it was really good. Yeah, she had some major errors, but internationally, I think that would be like a 13, maybe like a 12-8, 12-7. But I think that's pretty unfair. We're seeing our first look from Jocelyn Robertson. I think the cameramen did us justice to not show us her bar routine because,
Second look, I think we saw her on vault.
but we missed her on bars, so I'm kind of happy we were able to because I didn't want to see that.
Yeah.
We just talk about the fact that Tiana Sumana Sekera only got a 13.7 for that beam routine and a 7.9 execution.
Yeah,
That's ridiculous.
the favoritism is very clear. That switch half and switch leap is,
Oh my god.
yeah, like there's words to describe how poor
No, you
Tiffany
have to see her
is.
her series.
Oh dear.
Oh no, she's not gonna
That
get
was
that credited.
very new. I've never seen it. I've never seen a gymnast do that.
I've seen that before where unfortunately a gymnast attempted a layout, but they landed on the floor. Like she kind of dismounted when she attempted to do another layout. But I'm
Yeah,
glad.
it looked like she felt like she was off and just deliberately threw herself sideways to avoid maybe possibly landing with her feet halfway on the beam, which can result into an injury.
And to her,
So it could be a smart decision that she's made while she was in the air.
do you train that Javasio for your gymnast?
No, I think things like that just happen. That's like decisions that you make mid-air. Like I don't think that's something that you should have trained for to do a gainer off the beam if you feel like your first layout step out is off.
But can we talk about the fact that she was able to keep this going? That's something you want to see a gymnast who can, get up and keep going after. But I do want to say something though, Javasio. Like I thought that from what I learned, I was told coaches teach their gymnasts to fall a certain kind of way.
Well, it definitely seems like it's not the first time she's done that because she definitely did not seem too rattled about it after. She just got right back up on the beam and continued her beam routine like nothing happened. So I won't be surprised if to hear that that wasn't the first time she's bailed out on that skill like that.
And I want to say,
Hey,
outside of Simone, Sunni, and Sky Blakely, all these other gymnasts, I want to say arguably Tiana as well, they kind of score very low in terms of, I mean, all these other gymnasts would score a lot lower on beam internationally. And when you factor in, how some of these other routines are scored, you get what I'm trying to say. Like, with that from Jocelyn, her hitting would be like a low 13. When she falls, that's a big problem for USA in a team final.
absolutely. And I want to add, just going back to Tiana's score as well, it seems like some of these gymnasts are being scored closer to the way they would be internationally for these routines, while others are not. And I do think, though, you have to keep in mind, you are right, Langston, that, if a gymnast's hit routine score is low, a low 13s, then, yeah, the USAG just have to keep that in mind because, like you said, if they fall, that could be a score that's not even a 12.
Absolutely. And that's something they should factor in. And I don't think they really understand that. So for Kayla DiCello, if she's scoring that with a hit routine internationally, what are they going to give her if she unfortunately does fall? And that goes for even Jade Carey, in my opinion, right? Like, Jade Carey, she's not going to put up a big score on beam anyway. So if she's putting up a low score of a hit, if she falls, that score going to be low.
So the last time Simone went over 60 in the all around was night one of 2021 US Olympic trials. So right now it's looking like she needs a 14.75 on floor in the next rotation to go above 60, which I think she can easily do.
I agree with that, Javasio. I feel like her max on floor is in the mid 15. So, she can potentially even almost get up to a 61.
I agree. I think, and didn't she score around a 14.7 at US Classic with a pretty big error on one of her passes?
Right. So, we're really curious. I want to say something kind of pissed me off about Simone Biles. She seems to do excellent goals domestically, but internationally, she gets questionable with them.
That is a good point. Although, like you said, the Go gene is one of those skills that judges do not like to credit internationally.
So you would really want to be aggressive on it if you're trying to get it credited, which a lot of
Oh,
gymnasts,
absolutely.
almost every gymnast attempts one. So
Mhm. Oh, and just in case people following don't recognize the skill name, that's a split with 1.5 rotations on floor exercises.
So Sky Blakely does have a chance to beat Kayla DiCello. As of now, Sky Blakely is only 4/10 behind her. I believe she can make that up on Vol,
Mhm.
but
And
it is going
Jordan
to come
Child
down to it.
and Jordan Childs is only 1/10 behind Kayla DiCello. So
But Vol
I
is a
think
higher scoring event than floor.
that is true, especially when you're comparing Kayla's vault score to Jordan's vault score.
Yeah. So I'm curious to see how Kayla is scored on vault. But if I had to bet, if she scored fairly with a decent vault, I'll give her like a 13-9 to a 14-1, where Kayla Sky Blakely can score like a 14-4 with a hit vault.
Agreed, Langston, and I will be very curious to see how Skaya's vault goes, especially if she does a chung. Although what did she get? A 14.35 at US Classic on her double twisting Yurchenko. So that's one place where I think she could pull ahead of Kayla DiCello tonight.
Absolutely. I agree. I totally agree. We're gonna like look and see, what to expect next. And I don't know what to expect. This last rotation is going to be very interesting. But to be fair, Sky Blick would be in a much better situation. She didn't have that huge error in her first homing pass, Shavasio pointed out. So as of now, it's looking like if all these gymnasts hit, Sky Blakely is the third best gymnast in the country, at least.
Definitely.
Yes.
But looking
And
at
of
these
course,
scores from Sunni, I was told Sunni Lee was supposed to be, better than Shilese Jones in the all around by the ABPP. And I don't even see how she can beat some of these other gymnasts looking at what she can score with her last rotation.
we'll have to see what she puts up on bars, but I agree, Langston. I don't think she's going to overtake the girls in the top 3/4 who have higher all around potential
Do you remember
scores.
what place she was in, Allie?
Oh, when?
Sunni coming into this rotation?
I do not remember. I didn't see them tell me. What was it?
I don't think she was even high enough on the radar to even see.
It's not surprising, even with them giving her a decent beam score, her vault and floor put her kind of low.
Unfortunate. But hopefully she can put up a 14-5 plus. I think she can. Like if they're giving
Mhm.
these other girls good scores, like 8.5s, I think Sunni deserves an 8.7, 8.8 if she really hits her bars.
Absolutely, because I do think when she hits her bars, execution really is better than most of
Even
those
up
other
to a
gymnasts.
9.0, because I think her execution is 5/10 better than Jordan Childs and Kayla at least. So if they're getting 8.5s, I would go ahead and give Sunni a 9.0 by that logic. Obviously not internationally, but you get what I'm trying to allude to.
I do get what you're trying to say. Yes, I mean if they're going to overscore these gymnasts domestically, at least do it consistently.
Sunni was in 7th place.
So she was.
I thought, I'm confused because I thought she's supposed to, like, if Shilese was competing, I don't think Shilese would be in 7th place right now.
She absolutely would not. I think she would be at least a point and a half ahead of Jordan Childs, Kayla DiCello, and Leanne Wong. And
But we're
Sky
seeing
Blakely.
Sunni go up on bars. This is her second bar routine of her comeback. The last bar routine she did her eponymous skill she's attempting. But as of now, we're going to see a downgraded bar routine from her, we believe. So we haven't seen her do this since Winter Cup. Unfortunately, she fell twice, but hopefully we're going to see some dramatic improvements on this.
I hope so too, Langston, because this is one event where she really could be the second best in the country behind Shilese Jones. And this is a routine that I think Team USA really would love to be able to put up in team finals in Paris.
Absolutely. So she's going to do her Van Leeuwen. That was beautifully executed. Did she really miss that handstand? Beautiful straddle Jaeger. A little bit of a leg separation on that pack, a big leg separation on her Van Leeuwen going back up into a Ginger. That was better than what we've seen her do in the past. Some minor adjustments. Short handstand on a toe on full into a full in with a hop back. But that was a pretty decent routine from Sunni Lee. To be fair, I did see a lot of errors in that. But I still, it's really good to see her out here at least hitting bars, getting her. I think I do miles for her confidence going into day 2 as well as in Olympic trials. How do you feel about that routine, Javasio?
I think this was a good routine for Sunni. Just to get her feet wet and to have a successful bar routine under her belt for this Olympic year, because like we all saw, she was very inconsistent on bars in the beginning of the year. So I think just watering down a little bit, well, not a little bit, by a lot actually, was something she definitely needed to do for now, just to build herself back up. Um, but I wasn't expecting this routine to be downgraded this much. I thought she would have at least had the Naviera in there, and a little bit different when it comes to construction, kind of similar to her Olympic bar routine from last quad.
Absolutely. And we're seeing Sky Blakely do her chain in her first vault. Like, this is crazy. I expected to
Beautiful.
see her doing it her second. I'm sorry, Javasio, I haven't seen it come up as of now. So as I see
Oh,
her running down.
you're gonna love it.
Oh, we are both looking forward to it with a lot of anticipation.
That was
I think
great.
that Sky Blakely really wants to make this Olympic team, and
Beautiful form in the air. Beautiful. I think this will score higher than Jade's Cheng. 15 for Sky on vault, 9 for execution.
wow,
Wow.
very good landing. I want to say too, and nice height. Definitely some flex
Guys,
speed.
go
Do you
ahead.
think that change should have outscored Simone's though, Javasio?
Sky's stock is definitely up right now. 14-3 for Sunni on bars, 5-8 difficulty. Um, what do you
8-5
think about
e-score.
that score, guys?
I would have gone up a couple tenths. I would have gone up a couple tenths, and I would have went down a couple tenths on Sky's vault. That vault was excellent, but a 15 higher than Simone. And I do think she should have outscored Jade, but I don't think it should have been a 9-4 e-score. That's like a Rebecca Andrade, Simone Biles kind of chain. I don't know if it was on that level, but a
Beautiful
great
deep
double
pie
Yurchenko.
from Kayla DiCello.
That was the double Yurchenko of her life. But I think that Sky Blakely's gonna beat her.
I think so too. Yeah, because what did Sky Blakely need? 3/10 over Kayla. She'll definitely get that with that Chung. Although that was a wonderful D2I from
Lots
Kayla.
of improvements with Kayla DiCello at this meet so far. Both Kayla DiCello and Sky Blakely, dramatic improvements from
Yeah, but to be
those two.
fair, we did see dramatic improvements from Sky Blakely last year when World Championships came around. We didn't see that energy transplant on an international stage.
I agree. I really hope that Sky Blakely, if she gets picked on the team, can be more consistent and she can do the gymnastics she is capable of doing. But I agree,
So
Langston. She has had a lot of falls at World Championships.
But I do want to
So,
say with that routine that she did on Vol, I do think it would score lower internationally. But as of now, would you justify taking her over someone like Jordan and Leanne, who have, I wouldn't even say Jordan does have more consistency, but I'm trying to say, I
Mhm.
could see her being a top player for that last spot. I think a rotation with Sky Blakely, Jade, and Simone Vault is really good.
so Jordan Childs, just to get some little insight on Jordan Childs Leo, it was inspired by one of the outfits Beyonce wore on the Renaissance World Tour last year. As you guys know, she has a lot of Beyonce music in her floor routine. Beautiful Chusavitna from Jordan Childs in her first pass. Beautiful second pass. Front foot through the full in. I'm starting to see dramatic improvements from Jordan Childs here on floor exercise as well.
So, Javasia, what do you think of this choreography from Jordan? I'm really
I love
enjoying
it.
it personally.
I love it. It goes great with her music. Gearing up for a final tumble pass, double layout. Oh my God. They say with that speed floor, when if you land pike over with your legs locked, it is going to eject you instead of keep you down on the floor. And that's exactly what happened to Jordan Childs. You can see the disappointment on her face coming off the podium, but I think she still has a lot to be proud of tonight, because the first two tumble passes in that routine was absolutely beautiful.
I wonder what made her stop doing the 1.5. I guess she wants to get a front element, but I agree with it. I was shocked to see, but I was expecting to hear you say 1.5 to pull in. So you said front to pull. I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. She's not Rebecca Andrade. She's not Simone Biles, but it worked really well for her. Or Rebecca Andrade, I'm sorry. But that double layout was shocking. Beautiful execution. It's just on the, like you said, the landing was, she couldn't control it. You think maybe she would have just done it on the regular mat, it would have helped? She would have been able to get like a better
I
control of the
think
landing.
I think if that mat wasn't there, it gives her 4 inches more, and in gymnastics, as we know, 4 inches is a lot.
Right.
Um, and
Absolutely.
I think her landing would have been a little bit better if she just landed on 14-4 for Kayla DiCello on vault, 9-4 execution on her
Wow. I
final
know you're
triple.
lying, Javasio. A 9-4 execution?
Yep.
You can't be serious. Like, you mean to tell me that Vaught was as good as what?
The ABPP, it's the judges are part of the ABPP.
Why? Like, I don't understand. Like, why they would even give someone scores like that. It's not gonna hold up into like a 14-4 for her. And I want to say that was an excellent Vaught from Kayla DiCello.
Tell me 14-5, but not
But
14-4.
these judges gave Gabby a 14 for her vault. So I don't understand.
So I think she will end up being in third behind Sky Blakely, because Sky also got a 9-4 on that chung, which was beautiful.
And I believe she's going to end up beating Leanne Wong, which I don't agree with because I think Leanne Wong would take her down internationally.
I agree.
Yes.
Leanne Wong just has better form and fewer
Well,
broken
and I mean,
connections.
Leanne Wong has take her down internationally in the past, so I definitely think that's something that she can do again.
Absolutely. Leanne did that in 2021 in Kita Kyushu, the World Championships they held right after the Olympics, which have been delayed because of COVID. So I'm glad you pointed that out, Javasio.
12.75 for Jordan Childs on floor. That definitely would have been a 13.
I think it
75
would
for
have been like a
fall.
14 because you got to realize when she falls, they take other deductions. And she
Yeah.
oftentimes loses the skill. She lost the D or higher dismount bonus because that double that was her dismount bonus. So plus 1 point, plus 0.2, she's looking at like a 14 or so, which I think is about fair.
I think so too. That is one of the best floor routines I've seen Jordan Childs do. And I thought her form on that double layout right until she landed looked fantastic.
So right
Yeah.
now we have Sky Blakely sitting in first place, obviously because Simone didn't go yet on floor. And then we have Kayla DiCello in second place. Sky Blakely 57.05, which I think is a great all-around score for her. Apart with the issues she had on floor tonight. And then we're at 56.85 for Kayla DiCello, which I would say this is the best meet of Kayla DiCello's life. This is still not the best that we can get from Sky. I think Sky can definitely score higher on bars, and she can definitely score higher on floor, and also Jordan Childs.
I don't agree with. I think Gervasio. I think that that was the bar routine of Sky. I don't think Sky Blakely can do better than that on bars.
I'm sorry, I didn't see Sky's bar routine.
Yeah, I believe we covered it. So, like I said, I don't know. I do appreciate. I think Sky Blakely deserves this being ahead, the second outside of Simone, but I don't know if she should be at a 57.
I mean, she's at a 57 right now with a like a big 510 deduction on floor. So,
but I'm talking about bar in terms of international. I say maybe barely breaking a 56, like a 56.2, 56.3. What would you think? What do you think she would be at just looking at this competition, Allie?
I
Like
don't
if you
know,
just had to guess.
I don't know. I think 57 is fair.
I think that it is fair for how well she's done tonight. I think internationally, her chung might have been. Oh, we just saw Simone Biles do her. Just replayed her Yurchenko double pike, by the way. But I think that her chung would probably score more like around a 14.7, 14.8 with that second
Right.
landing.
Which is still only 2 tenths and 3 tenths. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
she might have.
She should not be dramatically behind, but that's roughly what we see from Jade Carey when she hits her chain. And I agree with that. I think she has different deductions from Jade. Like I think she has better form error, like in terms like her block onto the table, but she kind of has that body shape arch, and she also has the 3/10 pike down, which I don't think Jade Carey usually. She has like a 1/10. You know what I'm saying? So they kind of have different errors. So I think a 14.8, a 14.7, 14 is appropriate. We know she scores like a 14.1 on bars internationally, and I don't realistically see where that changed. And I think that beam score would hold up, and I think floor would go down, but I think she would have still scored, relatively well, in my opinion, internationally. But considering that Shiley's got a 56.9 with the routines of her life in 2023, I still don't think these routines were close to that level, in my opinion. Don't you agree?
I would agree with that, yes. I would expect if Sky gets around in the high 56s with routines like that internationally, I would expect to see Shiley's scores being higher.
Yeah. So I think this would be at least a good 6 or 7 tenths worse than Shiley's routines last year, at least from the international scoring that we've seen. I try to give you guys like what to expect at the Olympics. And I think Melanie's team final routines will still outscore that. And Melanie's team final routines were 56.4, I believe. So you get my kind of logic.
I believe
so
a 56
up now on floor exercise. Gearing up for her first tumble pass, going for the triple doubles. Oh, so effortless. Definitely kept it in balance this time. Simone gets so much height on all of her tumble passes.
She really does. And one thing that I've noticed about her is that she really she has delayed twisting even on that triple double. You know, she really waits, and that I believe that allows her to get more height. Is that correct, Shabasio?
Very, very patient with her skills on floor. Come on. Beautiful. She goes for the connection out of her third pass, the double layout half out into the stack jump. So she's definitely going to be at a higher difficulty at this competition compared to US Classic 2 weeks ago. Going into her last tumble pass, which will be a double layout. Kept it in bounds with a huge smile on her face. Beautiful routine from Simone Biles.
Well, I expect she will break 60 tonight. That floor routine should definitely score over a 15.
Yeah,
7-1 in difficulty.
Wow.
that's
Okay, yeah, that should.
It's way
Yeah.
ahead of everyone in the world.
Yeah, Rebecca, her biggest competitor on this event, and you could also make a case for Jay Carey. Rebecca only has a 6'1". Jay Carey's at a 5'8" now. We do expect it. Olympic trials that 5'8" might go up to like a 6'3" or 6'4", but I don't think she'll be nowhere close to the 7'1" that Simone Biles is at, and that goes for Rebecca as well. I think Rebecca's pretty much maxed out on floor.
Absolutely, especially with Rebecca's history of having 3 ACL tears.
Yeah, but 3, this like skill that he brought up, 3 twists, 2 flips, just spectacular. Like the way she just rises, beautiful. I do want
Her
to say
coach
it's some form errors relative to like her Chusavitna, but I think that could have made up for it in my opinion. What really impresses me the most is actually her second tumbling pass, though. A front layout full into a double twisting double tug, just wow. There's nothing that she just can't do, and that's something that you really say. Javassi, I'm sorry, I believe you were going to say something.
Coach Laurent Landy said that she almost has to walk into most of her passes to control her power and to stay in bounds.
I believe that she has such incredible technique on everything, tumbling in particular.
And a lot of times technique overshadows power.
Mhm.
And she has a very great balance of both.
And
She's
I
like,
just want to say this, like the tumbling gave Simone Biles, but the control gave Jade Carey. Like not only is she doing these excellent skills, like, her and Jade, they both get a lot of height on their tumbling, but Jade has been known for not having as good tumbling form as Simone, but having a lot better landings. But this reminded me a lot of how Jade Carey is able to control her landings a lot. Like she was close to going out of bounds on 2 tumbling passes, but she's able to really like bring herself, like her center of gravity seems to improved a lot this competition.
Absolutely, and she told us last year she was back and better than before, and I think on floor she is. And on vault, no doubt, and quite possibly on beam.
So this meet, we already came into this knowing it was gonna primarily be Simone, Shilese, and Jade. As of now, would you feel comfortable adding Sky Blakely as that 4th person?
Her having a chung really does change things for me, Langston. If she can show consistency on that chung when she's already shown pretty decent consistency on vault internationally, I really would consider that. That would add a lot to the team total. And as you said, even with a fall, Sky Blakely can still score around the same on beam that a lot of these other gymnasts would score with a hit routine internationally. So she might be worth taking a chance on, especially if she can hold it together.
15.2 for Simone Biles on floor. She does not get the 7-1 in difficulty, so I'm guessing they downgraded one of her dance elements.
The Gojin.
8.2 in execution. Tiana
I know
Simone.
it was the Gojin without even having to look at it, Allie, because they're so strict on those.
Oh, they are, yes. And to be fair, it is extremely hard to properly execute a split 1.5.
And then now we're going to see Tiana. Tiana, this is, she doesn't have the difficulty.
Beautiful.
She's going to do a beautiful Chusavitna, though. And her dance, like, this is a routine that's you just have to sit back and watch. She's going to do a full twisting double layout. That technique was beautiful with a great landing.
beautiful double layout in her second line.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Gervasio. It's like the way she just does certain things, as Alicia Keys said, some people think that the physical things define, like, she might not have the physical technique of some of these other gymnasts, but what she does have, she uses to her advantage.
And we've seen dramatic improvements of her on floor also, because when she competed at the American Classic earlier this year, she did not look as good as she's looking right now and how she looked at Classics 2 weeks ago.
I can't say I'm a fan of her technique on her 1.5 to full, but everything else I'm pretty big fan of, and it's really good to see her improving on this event. And unfortunately, I don't know if this is nowhere near enough to put her on the Olympic team, but I definitely see the vision. She says her goal is LA 2028, and I see the vision with this Florida team. We just need to see some improvements on bars, in my opinion, and a little bit of lack of control in that double pike, but for the most part, that was a pretty good routine.
I agree, Langston. I'm enjoying her choreography too. I think that we're seeing a lot of potential right now on Tiana on vault, beam, and definitely floor. I think she has a lot of talent and she's in a good place right now. She just needs some more experience and refinement. Hopefully we'll see that by the time the 2028 Olympics roll around.
Jade Carey up on beam now.
And this is the event from Jade Carey that just, like I said, as someone who's a big fan of Jade Carey, I can barely tolerate. It's like she's moving in slow motion, but it's good to see her up on here.
Yes, I believe one of our regular commentators referred to her as an elegant sloth.
Yeah, she moves in such slow motion. But what's weird to me is she usually scores really well here and domestically, but it's like she scores worse on her better events. I don't understand the logic behind that.
Yeah, I do not think that the domestic judges, for whatever reason, understand how to score Jade Carey the way she will score internationally.
Yeah, I agree. This routine for her is looking really good, but the simple things, some missed splits, better than Kayla DiCello's though, better than Jocelyn's tremendously, but still missed splits nonetheless. Just some slow connections on every skill for the most part. Excessive preparation, that's a really big deduction they really hammer you on. Like if you take too long before you start a skill, that's something you see Jade Carey has, with a lot of these other gymnasts, in particular Simone Biles, and even to a lesser degree, maybe Sunni Lee or Sky Blakely don't have as much of.
Seeing Jonathan Owens there in the stands in the back on beam.
No, I don't
I
see him,
You mean Simone
Gervasio.
Biles' husband? I'm sorry, I didn't know he had a name. A back handspring into a double pike. That was pretty good routine for Jade Carey. But in my opinion, what would you give that international? Like a 13-2, maybe a 12-8, between a 12-8 to 13-2.
I would say 13-5, Langston. That was a pretty decent routine with very limited wobbles.
Gervasio, you have a very generous heart.
13-7 for Tiana Sumanasakura on floor exercise. That's definitely a great score for her.
Yeah,
it is. That's true, because she, like you said, she did have some issues on her third pass, but otherwise she really had a great routine.
Leanne Wong now up on beam.
Sky Blakely, yeah, but she kind of made a case for herself, because it's like that also you could see a 2012 scenario with Sky, Jade, and Simone up on vault and team finals. So you remember when those great vaults, those three great amateurs we saw in 2012. So three great vaults would be
United States of Chum this time.
Ali, what do you think about Leanne Wong's ring leap?
I think that Leanne Wong is a gymnast who has beautiful execution, a lot of her skills, but that ring leap technique is not good for some reason.
But it gets credited, so that's all that matters.
Right.
Sometimes it gets credited, but I agree. That one was very borderline.
I think she's losing. It lacks a little bit of arch in her back. She gets her leg up pretty decent, and her head is back, but there's very limited arch in her back.
But we know Gage
Woo!
makes
That
mistakes on a
wolf
lot of
turn
these.
was. I just wanted to say that wolf turn was a little wobbly, but she did save it.
She did,
Okay.
and she also saved the connection to her front aerial to split jump. I think even though it might have been like she was a little off, she still was able to make it work. But regardless, like we know Gage trains some very poor technique skills.
A little
And they
bit
do
off
make
on her
very
side also.
Mhm. They do make very baffling decisions as well in terms of routine compositions. But I think that Leanne is handling this routine well. She is saving things. She
A little
also
bit wonky,
saved her side summy.
a little bit wonky on her dismount. She landed with a little bit of lock legs. 13.75 for her on beam, a 79.795 execution, and a 5.8 difficulty for her.
Which is ludicrous because I believe that Kayla DiCello got an 8-1 as well. And I'm going to keep bringing that up until, like I said, I'm going to ride that bus till the wheels fall off because I'm going to let y'all know what it is. Jay Carrier 13.4 on beam. And that's too high for me, in my opinion. Like, yes, that was a cleanly executed routine for her. But when I think of code of points, all I see is 10, 10, 10. And the 10, 10, 10 weren't 10 thing in the scores that we just saw, be posted up as of now.
I agree, Langston. I think that it's the same thing with Kayla DiCello's routine. I didn't see a single skill in Leanne's routine that I would have deducted as heavily as that attempted split full in Kayla DiCello's routine.
Yeah, and that's not even talking about the bent knees and the flex speed on every skill she does for the most part. But I do want to say that she did improve. Kayla DiCello really improved her her bent knees on her beam routine. That's something I kind of saw some improvements from today, but the flex feet was still flexing. So, she might have
Absolutely.
lost, she might have given, 3 or 4 tenths back with that, but the flex feet deductions very much still stood. So,
Mhm.
with that kind of logic, I still think that she should have scored a lot worse. But this is a massive improvement from classics with these girls. But as
I
of
would
now, Javasio, we didn't get to hear you add. I know we already all decided that Simone, Charlize, and Jade were the 3 big players coming into this. But if you had to pick between 2 girls to add to this, who would you pick to add to those 3 that we all discussed earlier?
definitely Sunni Lee and Sky Blakely. After tonight, I think Sky Blakely was my favorite to watch in
I
this competition.
agree. But to be fair, Javasio, can you take both of them? Because as of now, Sunny Lee isn't putting up good scores on beam. I'm sorry, she is putting up good scores on beam. I'm sorry. Bars, Sky Blakely outscored her there. And which is questionable, but I do want to say that Sunny had some errors. But on floor, they're both very weak. Obviously, she's miles ahead of Sunni on vault. I do want to say that Chang is definitely a top 3 scorer in team finals. It's a good chance that maybe on her best day she could beat Jay on vault in qualification if Jay doesn't upgrade to an Amadar. But you get what I'm saying. Like Sky Blakely has a good vault that she hit this time. Her beam, I do trust Sunni Lee to hit beam in team finals over Sky Blakely, but it's kind of hard to take both of them when they both are looking how they look on floor as of now.
I agree with that, Langston. I would like to see both of them improving on floor, particularly Sky Blakely, because I think that that's more likely. I think that
Right.
Suni can improve her execution. I don't think that she can add more difficulty at this point. She could surprise us, but I don't think she could. For Suni, her bars were well executed. I think it's really good for her that she got through a bar routine cleanly, even though it was very watered down. And I think that what we're going to need to see from her at trials is an upgraded bar routine that still gets a very good execution score.
Right.
And for her to continue to hit beam the way she's been hitting it. Like even tonight, even if she had some wobble, she saved everything, and that is important to see.
Just a 6'4"
And
from Sunni would be okay, in my opinion. On bar.
absolutely.
6'3", 6'4". That's good enough, in my opinion, to take her. I would make her almost a lock at that point. But the problem is floor, Javasio. Like if Shiley's already having shoulder issues. A good chance Shiley's can't do floor in team finals. That might be a lot on her body, right? So with that kind of logic, would you really want to take your chances of having to put Sunni or Sky Blakely up on floor in team finals, Javasio?
I mean, she still has a lot of time between now and the
But
Olympic.
we can't prepare for the best case scenario. We have to prepare for the worst case, right? So with that kind of logic, do you really want to put both of them up on the floor?
As I said, right now they still have a lot of time for improvements, and I think going into Olympic trials and Olympics, we're definitely going to see those improvements. But like you asked, I would both have Sky Blakely and Sunni Lee on that Olympic team.
So I do
If
want to
the
say
Olympic
that.
team, if the Olympic team had to be picked now,
So I do want to say that this has been a shakeup. Hesley Rivera was able to find herself in the top 5, I believe. That's something we did not
yes.
expect today. Jay Carey coming in 8th, which is a significant downgrade from what we kind of expected. She did have some minor issues. She downgraded her bars. She did upgrade a little bit on floor, but not up to her max, and she had some landings that could have been better. Also, her vault wasn't her absolute best either. But Kayla DiCello, Sunni was still able to beat Leanne Wong, which I think
But
is somewhat questionable.
Leanne Wong coming in 5th place with, a few like she was underscored at least on 2 events tonight, and with a few misconnections on beam at 5th place, so 55.5. This is great for Leanne Wong.
I don't know, Javasio, because Leanne Wong isn't trying to be in 5th place. She's trying to make the Olympic team. So, with that, she's going to have some work to do night 2, in my opinion. She wants to kind of, luckily she did beat Jordan Childs, her main competitor, but a new competitor has emerged just being pushed by the judges, Kayla DiCello, and she's significantly far behind her.
I do want to add, just going back to the Sky Blakely question, one point that I do want to make is that it's possible if Sky's vault and Sunni's beam add more to the team score than, say, taking somebody like Kayla DiCello for their floor. That might be a chance worth taking, but we'll have to see.
That's true. But the thing is, Kayla can put up a similar score to both of them on bars as of now. And her beam is significantly behind them, which I do agree with. That's Kayla's biggest worry for me. But the selection committee doesn't see that because the beam score she's getting is a lot more than what they would score internationally. Her floor, though, is Jordan Leanne, and Kayla's argument is, well, we can put up a 3rd floor score that can outscore Shiley's. And also add 4 valuable floor routines to the country. That's something that I really like. But this was a great national championships to cover. I really enjoyed my time here with Javasio and Allie. And I really appreciate it, having you guys on here with me.
I appreciated being on here with you two as well. This was a lot of fun. And I really think I'm feeling much better about the entire USAG situation after.
Do you feel better, Allie? I
one.
don't.
You don't feel better? I mean, the girls hit their routines.
I'm very concerned. Like, who's next? Because a lot of people went down this weekend.
That's true. So I do agree. Obviously, Clea Lincoln wasn't a main contender, but she still had a lot of potential. And, she would have been a very valuable alternate for Jade Carey. Obviously Jocelyn Robinson as well. And, yes, she might not be a top player, but even having her as an alternate is something that is a very good thing USA doesn't have anymore, at least at this current moment. Hopefully we clearly can get back up to speed at Olympic trials. But losing 2 huge competitors, Gabby and Sunni, unsurety about Gabby and Connor, with unsurety about Shiley's, there is some errors with that. Do you have any further thoughts you want to add before we, I guess, move into our after show, Allie and Javasio?
I guess, I do hear what you're saying, Javasio. I really hope that these gymnasts are able to heal from these injuries. Some of them obviously won't be able to. Unfortunately, Connor McLean's Achilles tendon tear will not. That she can't heal from that in time, unfortunately. But hopefully, Clea Lincoln has recovered enough from her ankle injury to petition to trials and compete to at least be considered as an alternate. And hopefully, Shiley's can move forward too. And hopefully nobody else gets injured.
I totally agree, but this was a major improvement for Sky Blakely. And with that chain, as of now, I could use that. I'm really excited to see a vault rotation if she can hit that chain. But obviously, we need to see consistency on it. We need to see her hit that chain night 2, and hopefully at Olympic trials as well. I
I
want to see her do
agree.
that. If she can do that, I would love to see a bot rotation with her, Jade, and Simone. Wouldn't you, Javasio?
Definitely.
The
That
United
would really,
yeah.
really help us against, I think that would really set us apart. It'd be really hard for another country to catch us, even with mistakes. Because as of now, Rebecca's the only gymnast that can put up a really good score on vault outside of the United States. There is no, we're not, Jessica Gajova is a very unsure thing. So with that, I think we're in really good shape.
I completely agree, Langston. And I've been saying, I think some people in their comments have been bringing this up as well. In 2012, it was the United States of Aminar with a Simone Sky Jade vault rotation. We could have United States of Chung.
Absolutely.
It's fun.
Absolutely, but I do want to say that we need to see more consistency, and we definitely need to see Shiley Jones back up to speed, because if Shiley Jones is healthy, we're in pretty decent shape. But without that, things can get very wonky. And in 2021, we believe we were in better shape at nationals than we end up being at the Olympics. So, what seems bright now might be very dark in the future. But that's all we have to say on our live coverage. We're gonna move into the nationals. So obviously we're going to take a little, we're not going to leave. We're going to take a little break. So it's going to be maybe a minute or two. Let us get up into shape. All the commentary is going to change. So just be prepared for that as well, and allow us, some of our other supportive people, to get more involved with this show. Any final thoughts in this coverage, Javasio and Ali?
No, I think I've said everything I need to say for now.
You, Javasio?
Same.
Well, anyway, we're going to move straight into this. Much appreciated. But I really appreciate everyone who tuned in today to see this live coverage. I'm really happy to be transforming this into my after show. Hello, I'm Langston, and I'm back on my channel, Gymlandia. Welcome to the after show of this classic. I'm sorry, of this nationals. I don't know why I can speak all good all of a sudden, but I don't know how to act. So I'm back to being my normal self. You know, we go out of our way to be as professional as possible on a live coverage, but we go back to being our actual selves and say stuff we feel like we couldn't say, you know what I'm saying, on the actual after show. So if you have a problem with that, I feel like it's time for you to stop watching as of now. But before I even get into it, I got to clear a lot of y'all because something that I've noticed is y'all are quick to be throwing coins at Gymcastic and a lot of these other white gymnastics bloggers. But for me, I don't really get that. I don't really collect any money from these lives that I do. Like, that's not the primary focus of them. But if it's available, I would expect from certain people, but that's not something I ever received, despite having all these consistent viewers. So I do have questions about that. And I hear a lot of Black content creators complain about that. Like, I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, it takes a lot of time and effort to do what I do. And that's kind of why I've taken like a step back as of recently. Cause it's like, I'm still making money from this. I don't want y'all to think that, baby. These checks still going off. And like I said, bitch, I'm not tornado. I'm not broke as fuck over here. But still, you get my point, Javasio. So I want to like ask your personal commentary on that. I also want to say I have someone else, I believe, who joined the live. I'm not sure what what the person's name is. Can you introduce yourself? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm sorry, is it Casa Nav? I'm not sure who this is.
Probably has to unmute themselves.
Yeah, but you get where I'm coming from, Javasio. I don't understand, like, you get what I'm trying to say? Like, how would you feel about that personally?
I think Kayla Child was overscored.
No, baby, we talking about me personally in terms of my channel.
Oh yeah, they definitely should be given something. You have your Cash App up and definitely just support the channel. Like, we have a lot of viewers now, and you definitely deserve. What is going on with my connection? I'm sorry.
Like I said, this is the kind of shit I see how people come on a gym today and leave because it's just like y'all be doing shit and I just be like side eye because it's just like something you got to see because like it's a problem I think for Black content creator because it's like it's kind of hard to like create like that kind of market in particular for pro Black women content creators because I feel like if I was on here running my mouth about the LGBT community, this cash out be blowing up.
True.
Or about Palestine, I feel like my shit be blowing up. But because I'm only focused on Black women issues, people feel a little bit of kind of way. You get exactly what I'm trying to say. So I'm just like side eye. So when y'all be like, "Oh, Jermaine, he ain't posted." No, why I haven't? Okay, because fans gonna support you in all kinds of ways, and that's something that we all try to do over here. Me, Javasio, Ali, we all like we bite each other. Like my group chat, we all have peacocks, and we all have what is that app? That bum ass thing the USA Gymnastics has, Flip Now or something like that. We all pay on that. So you get what I'm saying? Like a lot of y'all be trying to come into my circle, but baby, Javasio brings spies into my circle, bitch. Like all this tea about Gabby, she's like that. You think I already know? So, like I said, Javasio brings his spies. He brings his what he knows about gymnastics with training it into my space. Allie brings her, spectacular knowledge, and that goes for Chico as well. Also, Javasio and Chico attend regular meets. Obviously, Javasio has to because he's a coach. He will be at Olympic trials. So, unfortunately, we won't have Javasio the next coverage because he'll be at Olympic trials. But it was really good to have him for nationals. We'll see if we'll maybe cover Olympics as well. Javasio, you knew I was not in the mood to cover this, baby. What changed it, what made me not give up on my channel was seeing Donald Trump get arrested, baby. That brought some motivation to me. Like, that made me smile hard as a motherfucker. Like, that is really what brought some motivation, you know what I'm saying, like, into, like, my channel. Because it's like, once the information I heard, I knew something was wrong about Gabby. That's why I sent so many spies into Woga. Like I had so many people trying to get information from Woga because I knew something was wrong. Like I was like, is Gabby going to compete at nationals? Like this is very valid questions because it's like Gabby don't just scratch meats, right?
Right.
So when that happened, Javasi, you know, I was having a mental breakdown. You trying to calm my ass down,
I
and
know.
I was right. That's all I can say. Like you get what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's something that broke my heart, and I don't think a lot of Black people, not a lot of non-Blacks, really understand like what Gabby Douglas means to Black people in particular. Like certain things, like Obama, you know, like Gabby Douglas, right? Like a lot of these prominent people, they have so their flaws, right? Like Gabby Douglas has flaws as a gymnast, but there's little wrong she can do because of what she did. Like I I don't remember Gabby Douglas as a gymnast, but I just remember how and was able to inspire grown ass adults. Like I never forget how happy my family was when she won. And because of that, she was one of my first hero I can remember as a child. And because of that, you know, she made me realize that there's nothing I can't do if I work hard enough. Like you have someone like her who's up against, you know, these gymnasts like Jordan Weber, Allie Raisman, these upper class white women um who came from a lot of these things that, you know, Gabby didn't have access to, right? We're talking about Leah Musafina, Victoria Komova, Larissa Yordaki, gymnasts who were told from the time they were girls that they were going to be the best gymnasts their country ever produced. And someone like Gabby, who moved all the way across the world, I'm not across the world, I'm sorry, damn, I reach. She ain't me now. She ain't moved to Japan, okay? But still, moved all the way across the country, right? Someone who came from the economic situation she came from with the you know what I'm saying, underestimation that she dealt with to achieve what she achieved, it
Mm-hmm.
showed me that anything is possible. And because of that, she will always have a special place in my heart. But just because she has a special place in my heart, that make me delusional.
Right.
But I'm not sure this person is Kasanov or whatever.
I don't think he knows how to unmute himself.
It's you see a microphone, but baby,
On the
this
bottom
yeah,
left
baby,
side.
you finna get kicked off. When you come on here, you get 15 seconds to start popping your rah rah. If not, you He said, "I'm so sorry."
Wait,
Put
is
me in
he
a
typing
private
in
chat.
the chat?
How do I unmute? Hit the microphone.
No, but then sometimes you have to hit the three dots and then go on settings and then tap the audio button and then you have to select your audio input.
Not you knowing this shit. I ain't ever had to do all that. Baby, if that was the case, I would have never had.
Yeah, especially if he has like his AirPods in or something.
I'm a boomer. I can't figure this out. I'm yelling. Also, I'm a she, her. Okay. I definitely want to. I love having new people come on my channel and like, you know, getting to quiz them and etc. So Javasio, can you coach them through how they can speak on live?
Click on the three dots next to the video button and you want to hit settings and then hit audio.
Okay, I see what you're talking about. Video settings, audio. Okay,
And
I
then you want
see.
to select your device's microphone. Or if you have an AirPods in your ears, then you select the AirPods.
Not Javasio knowing he done been on Restream. He done been popping his rah on here for a minute.
No, not even that. I'm like computer and phone technician.
But you sound like Optimus Prime sometimes on here. So the math don't math.
That's because of my connection.
But if you're supposed to be a computer geek, you should have good connection in the first place.
I have too many devices on the connection. That's the problem.
Oh, it's giving excuses.
So Langston, I'm looking up at the scores here and
Child, don't talk about him.
No, let's talk about it because Mama's Johnson Robinson is all the way in 13th.
Being a Dolce version of who she was supposed to replace.
13.25 on. Oh, we never got to see her floor. She got a 13.3 on floor. Simone Rose from Pacific Rain, who we expected to see a little bit of this year, only a 53.05 all around. And Jayla Hang also just low scores across the board, 14.2 on vault, but then she has 11.8 on bars, 13.45 on beam, and a 12.8 on floor.
I'm really waiting for Chico to get on here because I really want to hear his.
Yeah, Chico is gonna give us the behind the scenes stuff, like things that was going on at the arena that we didn't get to see on the broadcast. I want to go back on USA Gymnastics YouTube page and kind of see what went wrong with Trinity's floor routine. Where do I go? Okay, but not this one. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, baby. When that score came up, I was like, I know you lying.
What happened to Allie?
She said in the chat she had she plans on coming back soon, but I think she went out for dinner or something like that. She's gonna come back.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I said,
that just goes to show how much we be on here talking to her rah-rah. Like she has time to go out to dinner and then come back and join us.
We usually be on here for 4 hours, but I'm trying to shorten that. You remember last week I shortened it to 3 hours.
I think 2 hours is good enough.
So we needed 2 hours for the coverage. And like I said, you finna get an hour, maybe a little bit more, depending on how long. I want Chico to be on here for a good 15, 20 minutes.
Right.
But yeah, like I do question that because it's like I don't know what I'm gonna do over here. Cause my mom bring it up. She was like, "Baby, you need to start counting these coins over here. Like the way your channel be blowing up." I didn't even think because Javon, I didn't start my channel for financial reasons.
I know.
So I never care. People like, "Oh, I'm a baby adios." Like this is a pro nigga channel. Like you know what I'm saying, pro black woman channel. Like I know y'all can't take seeing people put black women on pedestals, but you don't got a problem people putting them down. Like y'all don't got a problem with that. So I knew that was going to be a problem. So I expected that. But when I gained this massive following that I did not expect, it's not shocking though, because I don't, like I said, I think I'm the first person ever coming to Gym Chat saying the stuff I'm saying, like, which all y'all always bring up. Like, a lot of people don't thought this way for years, but ain't nobody ever been bold enough to come on here and say something, right? So I don't been bold enough to fight these hoes 101, but for the shit I deal with, getting doxxed consistently, like, the boss of them hoes stay threatening to dox me. Like, bitch, you think you're the first one to do that? Like, the shit I go through behind the scenes, as y'all know about, and when you're dealing with all that just negativity, like, you get over this. And especially when it's like you see other channels, non-black channels, who everyone want to gas me up against, getting all of this revenue that I don't get, except for like my ads and stuff like that I would get anyway.
Where is that guy?
Sean?
Yeah, where's Sean and everybody? Where's Trinity? And
I don't fucking know, bitch. Because I did not expect to be on here just talking to myself with you, Javasia.
Well, I guess we can interact with people in the comments because there's people on here.
Ain't nobody really said anything like that. Like I said, they can click that link and come on here.
True.
Someone was telling me, they was like, before I got on here, they was like, "Oh, it's his job is paying $34 an hour." I was like, that ain't paying no bills. Javasia, what is $34 an hour to do in New York?
True. Nothing.
In Atlanta too, baby. Like maybe in Alabama, Mississippi, you living good, boo. But I know you ain't trying to offer that to me. Like,
Not in New
okay,
York, not in LA.
no, like I could do that with military extra like this, like how I make money off of this. But this could never be my. Like I don't even think I don't know how gymnastic makes enough to make like a career off of this. Don't they have to have other jobs?
I think they have their other jobs.
Okay, here's Sean. Literally, as we was talking about me over here. What's good, Sean?
Hey y'all.
You cleared your editing for the like for my video. You did an excellent job. You didn't respond back to us gassing you up though in the group chat.
Oh, thank you. I probably missed it. My bad.
Yeah, but you did a really good job. Like I liked like the enthusiasm in your voice and stuff like that. I really appreciated it. Like his part. It was really sad. I almost cried when I made that edit.
Oh,
The
I
first
know. That's
part.
why I was like, let me not rush it. I want to do it right. I don't half-ass stuff.
But it is sad. Like Gabby Douglas and especially Connor McClain, because Connor McClain has been talking about going to the Paris Olympics since she was a little girl.
Well, yeah. Well, maybe if she took it seriously and came back to elite sooner. But
I don't think that would have made a difference. Like she
eh,
tore her Achilles,
I
Sean.
know. I
Like,
feel bad. I'm talking shit, but I feel bad.
yeah, like we ain't gonna do her like that. I feel like if Connor McClain was out here right now, I think Connor could have cleared Sky Blakely today.
Uh,
The
Sky
way
got a
Javasio,
57 though.
the way Connor was getting ready to go off at nationals, don't you think so, Javasio? At classics?
Definitely Langston.
Like Mama 14-8 on beam, 14 on floor, 14-4 on vault. That's actually justified compared to how
14
they score these other gymnasts.
14-1 on bars.
Let's add that up right now. We finna do the math. We already know Gabby could have been number 2 at her best, but you got what I'm saying about Connor. 14-4 on vault, 14-1 on bars, 14-8 on beam. And Mama like she's getting ready to make that 14-8 a 15 the way she looked at classics. 14 plus 14, that's a 57.3.
Yeah, because she got 14-8 on beam with no dismount.
She got 14-2. But she got an 8.5 E score. And she has some errors in that. Like that ring leap. I mean, errors expected, but still, Mama went off. Y'all silent as hell. Are y'all still here?
I'm sorry, I'm here.
Yeah, my bad.
I mute myself when I wasn't talking.
I do that too. No, the real reason you mute yourself because you got that damn massage thing playing in the back. You think I don't hear?
Yes.
Baby, I got good ears. You got that massage thing going off this loud as fuck. That's why you got your shit on mute. Sean, how you feel about kidney and bent knee scores?
I was just about to ask you about that. I thought Sydney did good. Her beam looked good besides that big wobble. That's 0.5 right there. So I feel like her beam score was justified though because they gave her a 7.5. Like the rest of her routine was solid. So like I don't know. I feel like I was fine. That vault, I would give that like a 13.7.
Yeah, listen, that floor too, Sean, because when that 13.2 came up, I was like, you can't tell me this floor clears Emma Malibu, y'all.
No, I mean her tumbling was solid.
Like her Emma got like almost the same D score. Emma cleared that girl when it come to E. Like, bruh. But I understand it's the best thing. So a 13.2 ain't that bad. But I even think still, like her and Sky Blakely overscore on floor. Sky Blakely a little bit overscored on vault. But that vault was excellent.
That vault was nice, Langston.
It was nice.
It had good form. Her legs were together, a little bit piked, and like she had some leg separation off the table, but it was really good.
But I'm just saying, like Simone and Rebecca be struggling to get that.
No, yeah, of course you can't compare it to them, but like,
Because Mama outscored Simone Biles went off on her chain today too, and I think that still outscored Simone's chain.
did Simone had a 310 top though?
But even with that, Sean,
I gotta watch him back. I just watched it live and I was like, oh, anyway.
I think
Um,
Simone cleared that girl on her chain. Period. Like even with Jade, even when Simone makes a mistake, usually Simone and Jade get the same score, right? And that's about right.
mhm.
So I'm just like, her form is better than Jade's, and they have different because that arch, her arch was a lot better than it usually is. You know, she has that huge arch that she does.
I kind of like it though. It looks like Rebecca's like block, but Rebecca doesn't arch. She just like
No,
pops. I don't
that's
know.
body shape deduction. No, that ain't no. It looks nice, but it's not executed by the code of points
No,
correctly.
yeah, yeah.
So yeah.
My thing is everyone's gassing up Kayla to put
Oh
her on this
man.
Olympic team over Jade. I'm like,
Over Jade,
where is she going to contribute to this team?
over Jade is crazy. I could hear over Sky, but over Jade,
No. I feel like Sky has solidified that spot. Like, even though she's very inconsistent, like I would take her for that vote alone.
that's true. But like I said, going into this meet, it was always Simone, Shilese, then Jade. This
Right.
meet, we think we could add Sky Blakely to the fourth person. We assumed Sunni was going to be the fourth person, but right now, Sunni and Sky seem to be kind of locking down the last two spots. That's from what I got today, right? But the
Mm.
problem is, if Sunni and Sky don't dramatically improve on floor come Olympic trials, that's when Kayla and Leanne and Jordan's window to the team opens up.
Everyone's just talking about how Kayla scored better than Jade. I'm like, Jade has point 0.5 difficulty to add, and she can upgrade her vaults to get a vault medal. Like Kayla wouldn't be used in the 3 of 3 count with Simone, Shilese, Jade, and Sunni. She doesn't fit in anywhere. Maybe
When they gave
floor.
Kayla that 14-4 on
Oh,
vault,
I
that's when I was
laughed. I
like,
laughed.
that's some Jessica Gadrova kind of shit. Like
No, everywhere. Her bars were overscored. Her beam, her vault.
the floor was about right.
No, yeah, the floor. I'll give her that. Her
The
floor
floor
was
was
better.
right, but the problem was Jade's floor was under Jade and Leanne's score was underscored on floor.
Leanne was underscored all night, except for Beam.
You know
Yeah.
what? I'm starting to get over Leanne though because she's still coming with these tiny D scores. Like she can really be up there,
Okay,
but
but
she's
give Jordan Charles the same smoke. We ain't That's my favorite.
Exactly.
That's my favorite. That's my favorite fortune cookie right there. You ain't finna do too much on her.
no, I love Leanne. I was a Leanne fan since 2021. Tell me, but I just need her to come harder. That's all I'm saying.
That's facts though, because it's like Leanne went off though on ball.
She did. She did.
She went off on floor too.
Yeah, she did.
But I want that
But she didn't go
2021
off like she
routine.
did last year, day two at Nats.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know who went off today too? Hesley
Tiana.
and Tiana.
Yeah.
I didn't see their routines, but I seen Tiana's floor and Hesley's floor.
But even still, I think Tiana was scored fairly, but I don't see how Tiana and Kayla got the same score as Jade. They be doing Jade so fucking dirty domestically.
True.
Jay scores better internationally than domestically, which doesn't make sense to
By
me.
a good margin too. She be outscoring herself by like 3 5/10 and shit like that. You just be like, how is someone scoring 5/10 more internationally? Like I think they throw the whole artistry code at Jade domestically, thinking she gonna get all that. When she goes to the international, they don't give her all them deductions.
But I think Jade knows that like this
But I
is
mean, like son, it's better to prepare for the worst, right?
That's true, but
yeah.
it's like I think that the selection committee gonna look at them scores. What only thing that saved Jay, in my opinion, was that chain. But they're gonna say, "Oh, well, Kayla's one. I see Kayla's the DTY is only 1/10 worse."
That's what they were saying on Twitter.
Knowing damn well Kayla would not get no 14-4 for no DTY.
And honestly speaking, Langston, I wouldn't say Jade was underscored. I think what the judges here give her is quite fair, to be honest. Yes, Jade's artistry has improved, but to me, knowing what good artistry is and doing like all my research in terms of like with stuff that they're looking for in the quarter points, Jade is still very far off.
I agree, but I'm saying that you can't tell me with them bullshit ass routines she did at World she getting a 14-1, 14-2, but this is a 13-8 and the landings are better.
She should have been thankful for that time. And maybe that time was that time. Maybe this time is going to be something different.
But no, Gervasio, we've seen hella international competition she scores. Like Ali brought up, Jade always scores a 14-7, a 14-8 on her chain, even with some of the ones that are questionable. But I do agree this one should have been like a 14-6. So I understand where they got a 14-5 from, but even still, Gervasio, this is better than a 14-5 that they gave Jocelyn. Jocelyn did get like a 14-5 on her chain last year at Worlds. That chain was better than that.
But wait, they gave Sky a 15. So you think there's half of a point difference between Jade and
Hell
Sky?
fucking no.
I would say like 2/10, but
Yeah. She
half a
cleared
point
Jade
is
that
great.
chain. I'll give her
I
that.
wouldn't
She
even
did.
say I wouldn't even say 2/10, more like 3/10, but not 5.
I wouldn't say 3 is a reach, but I mean it's only 1/10. But like I said, I would even say she has better form than Jade because their form errors are different, like we talked about. So the deductions that Jade gets on her chain versus Sky are different. But like I said, Jade don't pipe down nowhere near as much as Sky does on that. But Sky's landing, I don't know, that it just looked beautiful. Like
It
I
did.
hate like you see something that looks beautiful, you actually go back and look at it and you see all these damn deductions.
But you know what I can say with Sky, like this is Sky's first time competing that Chang. So I could see it getting better. I could see her going into the gym.
I don't. My fear is this is her peak. Like a lot of gymnasts they do one good vault and they can't get back to that. Right? Like this could have been pure luck.
I don't think so. I see her building the confidence from what she did tonight. So I'm looking forward to see what she does.
We'll see. I do want to say Sky's DTY and her low pads has been consistent. But even Jessica Gadrova, who did a excellent chain, she did crash it in team finals, right?
Yep.
So that's what I'm trying to say. Like for Sky, it worked this time. It was really bold of her to throw it as her second box. I would not have done that, but it worked. I would have made her do her DTY first and her chain second to show I had it. And then if she would have hit it, I would have made her do it her first ball. You know what I'm saying? But it worked. She went for the risk and it paid off. So she wanted to clear Kayla. She knew they was going. They were gonna give Kayla a high scrum vault in the Sky for her DTY. So Sky knew it was like, I'm not gonna beat Kayla.
Crazy
though. What?
I said Sunni getting a 14 is crazy though.
Not crazier than Kayla's 14-4.
No, Sunni's 14.
They were both. Sunni should have been at a 13-7. Kayla should have been at a 14-1.
No, I would say Kayla should have been like 14-2-5, same as Leanne.
2-5, Sean. It's the bent knees for me.
My thing is, people were saying put her up in a team final, but she just got a 13-8 at Classics. Like, she's not consistent with that vote. Sometimes it's a
she
14.
is. That was her bad one, but I trust Kayla's DTY, but I think Shiley's gonna clear that girl in qualifications. I would put her up on it. I would put her up on it because you gotta just put gymnasts down. Like, if a gymnast is 1/10 apart, why not just rest Shiley's on vault? Like, that's how I feel. But personally, Shiley's clear that girl.
But I wish Jordan didn't fall on vault. On floor tonight because I wanted Jordan to clear Kayla.
She wasn't gonna clear Kayla. Kayla got a fort. She was trailing Kayla going into the last rotation, and Kayla got a 14-4 on vault. That means Jordan would have did a 14-5 on floor. Mama wasn't gonna get that.
You don't think she could have gotten a 14-5?
No, bitch. She ain't Jessica Gadrova. I didn't even think Jade can bring out a 14-5 right now. I think
Jordan could get 14-3 max.
Yeah. But I think the Florida we finna see from Jay in qualification until Paris just gonna have us gagged.
All I
That's
know is I really don't want Kayla on this team.
No.
I want
it's looking
Leanne.
like it's looking like she's on the team so far. I can tell you all that. I don't want her on the team at all either, but she performed well today.
But the scores internationally, right? So I guess that I'm trying to think what they could do.
They can definitely put her up on bars. They can put her up on floor. I don't trust putting her up on beam.
Yeah, that beam score, oh man. But with that, how is she even gonna Mama ain't finna outscore Jade on beam. And that's saying a lot.
What do you mean she's not going to outscore Jade on beam? We saw what Jade scored tonight, and Jade does not score that well on beam international.
But Jade clear that girl when it come to execution, Javasio.
I've just been saying, if you want to take her to Olympics, take her so she can be humbled in qualifications and doesn't make any
No,
even
And
because
not
finals.
qualify to any finals.
She's
see
not going to
what but we
qualify.
know she ain't gonna qualify. Like
True.
She's going to get a 55.2 all around score, scored probably 12th in the world, and then what?
you remember that score I gave her when I judged her routine, Sean? Because how you remember that 55.2?
Oh, I didn't even remember. I was just saying what she would probably get because
That's
what she
not
get up
exactly
Cameron.
when I judged her. That's what I gave her. Like tonight, let me see what I would have given that girl. So 14, just without looking at it, without judging, I say 14-1 plus
I would have gave her a
14.
14-2 on bars.
That's a reach. I think because they gave Sky Blakely a 14-1 last year. You think that?
I would have give Kayla a 13-9 on bars.
No. I wouldn't say that bad, but I'm gonna say 14. Thank you, Nate. Is who else sent some money? Nate, and Talia. Talia, we got into it last week. 14-1. So 14-1 plus another 14-1. Because they be giving Ellie Black 14-1s and shit. So if they could give Ellie Black that with that form, I think Kayla Turner can get that. I like Ellie Black. You know what I'm saying, bitch. Like I be watching Ellie Black on bars, like man.
It is always a 14. It's always a 14.
Yes. I'll be like, where? And I like Ellie Black too, but you know how I am to myself, bitch. That's one thing about me. I ain't biased. Ellie.
Langston. So Jocelyn with a 13-3 on floor. She did get her 6-3 difficulty, but the execution was 7-3.
Jay Carey came to clear that girl.
I'm just looking at the routine now. It's way better than what she did at US Classic.
Yeah, we see the improvements, but the problem for Jade and Sunni is you think that they'll be where they need to be by Olympic trials?
Yes.
I don't need them to be. I need them to be at their peak at the Olympics.
That's
so
true, but you get what I'm saying. I think for Sunni more than Jade. Well, I don't even know because they're helping Sunni. They're not helping Jade, but Jade has consistently stayed. Like I think Jade is like 7th, and she did do her best routines today, and that's not bad for her. She's not even seen as an all-arounder.
No, I kind of feel like they have smoke for Jade since last year. That's what it seemed like to me. It looks like they got smoke for Jade.
Yeah, but I mean,
so
Jade,
like how Sean said, Jade doesn't need to peak now. She needs to peak at the Olympics. No, Mamas need to try to make the team as of now.
But I think that as of now, Javasio, this season has been good for her, especially for a domestic season for Jade. So for me,
if Jade scores like this night too, and she scores like this at trials, they're not going to take her.
You think it's that deep, Sean?
Yeah, because people on Twitter are saying, "Why take Jade if Sky has a good Chang and you can use it all around?"
Exactly.
But you
But
don't want to. What people don't realize is, because I guess we out of the Marta generation. But people need to realize is like that's one good chain that Sky Blakely's never done internationally. Like Jay's been doing this shit for how long?
you know
Oh yeah,
Jade's not going to fall.
We know Jade's gonna make her Chang, definitely. Yes. So I hear what you're saying, Langston, but I mean, we'll just have to wait and see if Sky keeps this up. Sky just came for Jade's spot.
I can't because Jay cleared that whole on floor.
Barely.
With a
Shit,
watered down routine.
with a watered down routine by a lot, Javasio. So man, I don't like. I agree with Sean. I don't think Sky's the problem. I think Kayla.
Yeah, but Jade's watered down routine is what? Watered down by how many times?
A
Like
lot.
4 or 5.
And yeah, good
Well,
4 or 5.
And she's getting 13-6 right now.
She got a 13-8 or something.
No, she got a 13-6 tonight.
Oh damn.
Yes, and that's why I'm worried for her because floor is supposed to be her event also. They're clearing her with these artistry deductions.
So let me say something, Talia. I don't come like I said. I'm gonna clear anybody, even my own people. I'm Black American, but Black Americans do commit crime. Like I'm not gonna sit up here and like deny the facts. So why I came for Haiti was because I didn't come for Haiti. I just told the truth about Haiti. Like I wasn't like like what me and Allie were saying last week is just Haiti has its issues. Like I do that for everyone, even with gymnasts. I had to sneeze. But anyway, I'm back. But yeah, like I do that even with gymnasts. So with that, like I had to like kind of have like that kind of mentality where it's like, hey, a lot of y'all, a lot of people, especially non-Black Americans, y'all be coming for America and stuff like that. And I just be like, hey, y'all can feel that way because I'm sure you be saying it's true, but y'all are here, bitch. Like Javasio. You like Javasio's Trinidadian, but Javasio's in America, bitch. There ain't that many Black Americans in Trinidad, at least not on that's not on vacation.
True.
So it's like y'all gonna stop coming for us, like, bitch. But you moving to our hoods. Like, so yeah, we got some fucked up shit. We definitely have our crime, our shit. We need to fix that. But it's not to the point where we're having to flee our own country. Like, you know what I'm saying? So y'all gonna stop. Like a lot of y'all gonna have to stop doing that. I hate that diaspora war shit because I don't understand the difference between Black people. Like, in the day we're all fucking niggas. Like, I don't really see why people try to like make. You know what I'm saying, Javasio? Because people in Trinidad were slaves. Like, they had slaves in Jamaica, like in Haiti. Like, we were all fucking slaves. In Brazil, like, it doesn't really matter.
Right.
But bitch, if you gonna tell a story, we gonna tell it all true. That's how I am.
Right.
So I had to clear my mess. I had to clear my mess last week because I'm just like, we ain't gonna sit up here and do this right now. That shit, I was like, Mom, someone just came on my live and pissed me off. Because when another Black person start coming on here talking they rah-rah, you just be really like side-eye. But I think Sky Blakely, what are you gonna say? I don't agree with that because they took Jocelyn last year though, Javasio.
Uh-huh.
They knew clearly could outscore Jocelyn on floor, but they knew Jocelyn added more on vault as well. So you get what I'm saying? Like, I do agree they need to see more. Everyone want me to make a PayPal and Zelle. Child, y'all can super chat, but I'm gonna say I'll do that.
Make it like Langston.
Huh?
Make it.
A PayPal and Zelle?
Yeah.
I'll make one, but watch me make one not getting out no money on it. I'm gonna look real fucking stupid.
No, a lot of people don't use Cash App, to be honest.
Who don't use Cash App?
A lot of people, Langston. And a lot of people use Venmo also.
Well, I ain't know that. My super chat don't work. So I'll make one when I come back on here tonight, bitch, because I think I'm gonna try to make a Ratchet podcast episode.
Oh, you have to.
But Jay, you really think they not gonna take Jay after she don't clear an American Classic U.S. Classic. This is still good. Jay being a 7th at Nats is not bad at all. I think day 2 she should probably pull ahead of Hesley and Tiana.
Right.
So that bring her up to like what, 5th?
No, 6th.
No, because
Leanne is.
yeah, 5th. She ahead of Jordan.
Yeah, but Leanne is ahead of Hesley and Tiana.
Yeah, so but if I'm saying that would bring her up to 5th. If Leanne's 4th, that would make her 5th.
Oh, yeah, got you. So wait, who's dropping out?
Hesley, I think she gonna end up clearing.
No,
Hesley.
who's dropping out to make Leanne move up to 4th?
Leanne is 4th because Sky and Kayla.
Is she 4th?
Yeah.
No.
Who's 4th? Sunni. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. So 6. I need Leanne to clear. I need Leanne to win the battle of the fortune cookies. Okay, because I need
Leanne to at least be 3rd or 4th. At least.
I need Leanne to clear Sunni Lee, baby.
That's Leanne's good case for herself to be 4th or 3rd.
She should be ahead of Kayla though. I said what I said.
I want Leanne to be ahead of Kayla also.
Because to see it, I've seen it with Jade. To see a bitch that's a Dollar General version of you getting gassed up, that shit does something to you.
So you think what's her name? Kayla DiCello is the Dollar Tree Leanne?
Absolutely. Not even Dollar Tree. What's that 99? You remember the dollar movies they had where it come out like 2 months later kind of shit? That's what that bitch
is. Is it 5 and below?
Yes, very much. Have you ever been to do they have Rainbows in New York, that ghetto ass store to sell them clothes?
Rainbow?
Yes.
Yeah, they have Rainbow.
Goodwill Jade. I mean Goodwill Leanne.
Oh my God. Not
Salvation Army Leanne Wong, bitch. Like, she's just not on Leanne Wong level. I said what I said. Like, Leanne Wong clears that girl. And Jordan Childs, too. I think that Kayla should be able to beat them with a ball, but Gervasio,
my problem with Jordan Childs is, like you said on the broadcast, she doesn't score well internationally. Like, she gets these scores here, and then when she goes internationally, she does almost the same similar routines and does not get the same scores. Jordan always gets like 2 or 3 tenths lower internationally.
You said who?
I said Jordan gets like 2 or 3 tenths lower.
Way more. Jordan be getting like a 5 tenths lower.
On bars and beam.
But I'm saying, Gervasio, if you think she get 5 tenths lower, be prepared for that point lower for Kayla.
Right. Yeah, I think the international judges are going to clear Kayla. Like, U.S. judges.
I don't think anything I know, bitch. But you got a 13-7 with the routine of your life at Pan Ams. And Pan Ams gave Cara 15-2.
Right.
Gervasio, I see that 13-2 coming up. Like, I see it. I see that 12-8. Like, and Gervasio, she falls, she don't get an 11.
Oh, God.
Like I said, I think, because I remember when Jordan Childs hit and Sky got like the same score as her with a ball.
Right.
So, when I'm thinking about that, like, the math don't manifest for her.
Honestly, Sky just needs to not fall on beam, not fall on bars, and she's on this team.
What about Sunni?
Sunni is on this team. The way they're gassing her, and
they are, but even with her being gassed up, Mama in 4th place.
She's on this team because they're looking at it as she's in 4th place because she doesn't have the bar routine that she has right now. And
but what if she get that and fall on it?
She's still looking to add a little bit more difficulty on floor.
Right now, what is Sunni's score today? Like a 55? So I think Sunni's max right now is a 56.
I wouldn't say 56. I would say 56.7.
56.7, Gervasio. You think she can get close to shot? to Shylisa's scores.
Let's
Be so fucking for real.
Shylise is gonna be like in 58.
Shylise, I don't think she's going that high up at international.
What do you mean?
Gervasio, you so damn lenient with these scores. Like, you not see what these girls get at Worlds? Like,
you don't think Shylise can get a 58 at the Olympics?
If she went lights out with the routines of her life, I think so. On every event, like her best beam routine, her best floor routine, her best bars, with her a stuck DTY, yes. But as of now, I think a 57.6 is like a
okay. So if Shylise can do a stuck DTY, they better not be putting up no 14.4 for her. They better let me see a 14.6 because there's no way you can be giving Kayla DiCello a 14.4.
That was ridiculous.
And Shylise Jones stuck DTY less than that. No.
So right now, I think Sunni. I think Shylise Max is a 14.4 on vault with a 15. This routine, I'm gonna say a 15.2 on bars internationally. I think she could maybe with her best routine with a double front half without the 310 leg separation. Bars, I'm gonna say 14.4. And then floor, I'm gonna give Mamas a 14.
Nah, beam more 14.5.
That's a reach. So 58.1 is Sunni's shot, is her absolute max. And right
then
now,
on floor, remember she has new composition now on floor.
It don't matter.
Floor, she's not doing the 1.5 through the whatever it is again. She's doing she's not doing a front full anymore, and she's not doing the double layout anymore. She's doing
she is doing her double layout.
As her third pass?
Second.
No.
Jabasi, do you not see her routine at Nats? I mean Classics?
Child, did you not see her podium training?
No, what was her podium training?
She's doing 1.5 step out through the full in now.
What?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't see that. Yes. I didn't watch podium training.
Yes, and I definitely know she's not going to do that in her. She's not going to do that in her third pass. She'd probably do that in her first pass, get it out the way since a combination pass, and then do a double second.
And what is her ending pass?
But that's what I'm confusion about. It's either double tuck or double layout. I think she could push it and do the double layout, but
that's going for the ankles, bitch.
Oh, I think what she could have done too is, Shylise has a double Arabian on the floor, right? Shylise could have done back 1.5.
She don't like forward landings.
She could have done back 1.5 through the double Arabian, double, and then on her third pass she could have done a full in.
That's not like a lot.
She's done full in as a third pass all season last season.
But I can't with Kayla the bent knees, y'all. Like, they think because the knees not bending as much as they used to, they still ain't bent.
Right. And you definitely see it, like, on every event. Very surprising to me, too, how she didn't try to upgrade her second pass on the floor. Like, that 2.5 front full is giving her how much? Is that giving her the same as if she was to do a double layout? 2.5 front full. Thanks.
Child, I don't. It's worth the same as a double layout.
Right. So I don't understand why she's not just doing a double layout in her second pass, because that 2.5 front full is very risky.
No, it looks good though. It improved a lot. Usually she gives Mustafina, but now she gave.
But she
not
fell
only the Sacrimony, but she gave. You know what I'm saying? Like, who?
What else she could do? She could. She has a Tuso.
But she had to do a front element, so that means she'd have to do 4 tumbling passes.
But then she could have done double Tuso, and then she could have ended like how Sunni ended at the Olympics with a 1.5 front foot. She could have
She
done
don't get
that.
the D. She don't get the D. She don't get the 0.2 D dismount bonus because a 1.5 isn't a D.
So then a 2.5 front foot.
That's a lot on your ankles is the last tumbling pass, Shabasio.
True. 2.5 front layout.
I mean front tuck. I can see front tuck.
True.
But you want to be Svetlana Horkina, bitch?
Yeah, or like simple front tuck through the double back.
No, I think 2.5 the front tuck. Every giant are bent knees and gets 8-4. Yeah. Mama, I think Mama should score 14 on bars. But besides, like even Ellie Black, they ain't gonna let Ellie Black get no 14-3, baby. Like they'll give Mama 14, but
no, not even 14-3, but fucking Kayla DiCello got a 14-5. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's what they were giving Simone at the last World Championships.
Tell me 14-3 at the most. Not
yeah.
5.
With the bar team of her life.
Right.
And that handstand alone stopped it from even going above 14-2 at the beginning, baby.
It's so bad for the United States right now. You're trying to tell me after night one, Kayla DiCello is sitting in second place on bar?
I was afraid, Jabasio, that they were going to try to gas Kayla up over Gabby. If Gabby went off, they were going to give her the same score as Kayla.
Well, I mean, if Gabby was here tonight, that's exactly what would have been happening.
You think Gabby couldn't have beaten Sky?
They probably would have given Gabby that same 14-4 like they did with Kayla on bar. Then Gabby would have been like maybe 14-6, 14-7 bars.
That 14-7 for Gabby's bars is a low.
You think?
That bar T she showed in podium training at Classics should have been like 8-6. 8-5 or more. If they gave Kayla 8-5, Javasia.
Okay, so with 8-6, what score Gabby would have got?
15.
6-5.
Because she got a 6-4.
Okay.
15.
Okay, so 15 on bars. And then she probably like 14-1 on beam?
I think that's appropriate internationally, but if they giving Kayla 14-1, bitch, 14-4.
And then what if they're giving
compared to Kayla 14-7, bitch, because Gabby gonna clear that hole by a good 8-10 internationally.
If they're giving Leanne Wong 13-8-5 with the landing she had tonight, then I would say Gabby would be like around 13-6, like Jade.
With a hit being routine, Javacio.
No, we're talking about floor.
Gabby ain't getting above a 13-5, bitch. I said what I said.
On floor?
No, bitch. That hoe ain't getting no 13-6. You still got that bitch going down, Javacio. How long you gonna massage yourself?
No, I'm actually finished. I was just playing with it.
What?
Where the fuck is everybody? Where's Chico?
I don't know, because this shit pissing me off.
Message
Blow up Chico phone.
Chat. Hold on, let me call.
We still got 86 people watching.
86 people. Wow. Do you all have any questions, any comments? I'm looking at the messages right now, so feel free to ask any questions.
Ask us about like that. Why are y'all coming on live?
Yeah, y'all should come on and join the conversation.
If y'all don't come on by 3:20, we getting off.
Langston.
What? Because Chico don't seem like he in a rush.
I'm about to call Chico right now.
You think Gabby will have a shot? It depends on if she's serious.
Talia wants to join.
Hello?
Chico, where the fuck are you?
What's up?
What do you mean, what's up? We waited for you to come on the after show.
Oh, my bad. I'm driving.
Hurry up. We waited for you to come on the after show to give us all the behind the scenes stuff.
Yeah, Javacio came on here very fast considering that he was with his girls and talking to some of the gymnasts.
Just hurry up. Just hurry up.
I'm almost out there.
All right.
He's trying to gas up Sky Blakely, baby. This one competition.
He said you're trying to.
Wait, tell him, please don't. Please do not. And I'm giving her.
I had to clear one of them pro-black Sky Blakely fans because they were trying to compare Sky Blakely to Nastia Lukin and Leanne.
He said they was trying to compare Sky Blakely to Nastia Lukin
and Leanne Wong.
Nastia could never.
Because
Chico, I know you're happy because Sky went off tonight.
But Sky went off, but I'm saying like they were like, oh well, you know, Nastia made mistakes at Worlds. Leanne felt okay, but Nastia and Leanne have medals.
It was quiet when she walked back to the box at the beginning of the box. I said, "Let's go, Sky! You cleared that." She looked at me and she just smiled and she shook her head like, "Yeah." And then I was like, "Yeah, she did that." And then when her score popped up, I was screaming again. So she came.
Chico was in the arena representing Gymlandia, behaving bad.
So loud. I did.
Gervasio don't start networking for me, acting very professional. He goes around these other coaches. Like he's been one of my biggest promoters amongst Black people in the gymnastics community.
Yeah, telling everybody to watch Gymlandia. You know how many people I sent that link to today?
I know a lot.
Somebody said Nastia stood on medals, individual.
She did. Like Nastia did used to fuck around, but Nastia won a silver medal in the all around 2005. She won the bar and beam title and won a silver medal on floor. The floor should never happen, baby, but everything else, even still, Mama had
floor
medals.
should have happened at 2005. There was nobody else.
Chelsea cleared that whole floor.
So what you trying to say? Chelsea should have qualified instead of her?
Yes.
Didn't Chelsea have mistakes in qualifications?
Chelsea could have stepped out of bounds twice and still should have outscored Nastia to me, baby. I said what I said.
Langston, the quarter points was different back then.
Like Alicia was overrated too, but Alicia cleared that whole. Like
Alicia was overrated on the floor in 2005.
2008 every year, bitch. Like
true. They used to gas
open up with a full in, bitch. Fuck out my face.
They used to gas Alicia up like this big tumbler, like she got all this power. Mama's opening the floor routine with a full in. Like, leave me alone.
Like, listen, she's over to take the hell out of that though. Like,
miss me, but I feel like Alicia did not reach her full potential.
No, that's why Marta blackballed that hoe. She thought Marta was playing with her. Marta said, if you don't compete no amateur, bitch, you're not going to London. Marta stood on fucking business. Like, Marta, that's the thing. Marta don't take shit back. Like, Marta said, bitch, you're not going to London unless you compete at amateur. I don't give a fuck what you do on beam, what you do on floor. Like, Marta wasn't even looking at that hoe during Olympic trials. Like, girl, please. She thought that Rudy, like, you wasn't tired of Chang Fei clearing that ass, like, year after year. Like, why were you not going to upgrade to an amateur?
Right. And she very much could have.
Chang Fei cleared that hoe with a fall. You know what should have been a wake-up call? When she got served by Chuseok.
Well, she got her vault goal in 2010. So I guess
okay against a Musafina that got her second vault downgraded, and Tatiana who got. People don't realize is that's why I said Michaela Maroney is overrated, because Michaela Maroney, like, her competition was very weak.
So Nate says Chelsea cleared Alicia and Nastia on floor, in my opinion.
Yeah. Okay, Alicia, only thing about Alicia is she didn't have no difficulty, but the form.
Yeah, she had good form on floor.
Her form was
she had good leaps. She had good leaps also.
Yeah.
Chelsea cleared on floor.
It was a 310 leg serve trying to double Arabian for me. And that nasty ass full double pipe.
The non-credited switch
was nasty.
And the non-credited switch ring.
It was her inventing the memo but never doing it correctly her whole career for me.
Right. She never did that memo correctly. Everybody else came after her and did it correct.
Like, it was that nasty ass double layout for me. Chelsea
Langston.
was a nasty gymnast. She did big tricks.
She did big tricks, but they were messy.
I don't think she was overrated though.
No, she wasn't overrated.
No, a lot of people do gas her up though, so it's like she was overrated in 2021. Kamova Mustafina, fuck Mustafina, cause fuck Kamova, bitch. We Gabby Douglas over here. Why would I look like Kamova?
No, but he said like
bitch.
between Mustafina and Kamova, I would say
Kamova.
I would say Kamova. Yeah, Kamova is definitely more talented than Mustafina, and Kamova has exquisite form. She just never.
No, she don't. That's a lie, bitch. That's
Kamova
an anti-black ass
form. Exquisite form on bars, on bars and beam.
You mean the bent knees on the Giants with no height on the releases with a bad?
Oh my God! Forget the Giants. We're talking about like.
You remember? You mean the layout Jaeger that should have been downgraded to a pike?
Langston.
That nasty ass tuck position on her double off bars. Where's the great lines at? Because I remember that nasty ass triple twist, that nasty ass Aminar. I'll give her this. Her Aminar was better than Mustafina's. No, Mustafina got better height.
No.
Mustafina's height was good. She got a lot of power. She just the form was worse.
Mustafina's Giants were worse than hers.
Don't do it.
Mustafina's
the only thing come of a clear Gabby arm was in bars. And the thing is, don't get mad at Gabby for not fucking up her back like Kamova, bitch. But that's the only thing Kamova could do better than Gabby. Tell me what can Kamova do better than Gabby besides in bars?
Layout step outs on beam.
Gabby layout step out was good too, though.
Yeah, but Kamova's is perfect. But Gabby's is definitely up there too. But Kamova's is her layout step out. The way she does it is just anytime I want to show my gymnast what a good layout step out would look like, I pull up hers.
But you know what it was to me?
Hers or Nastia's?
That nasty ass front aerial.
Her front aerial.
It was her connections on beam, bitch.
That was like her connections was terrible. Her
Arabian was good, but Gabby didn't do Arabian. I feel like her Arabian was just as good as Gabby's tuck full.
Her sheep jump cleared.
Yeah, but it's easy to clear when you take 3 seconds to get ready for it.
Right, and then try to get it credited as a connection out of the.
They did credit that shit though.
They did.
I know you fucking lying. Kamova did have textbook technique. No, she did not.
She did on certain things, not
on certain things.
Certain things.
But compared to Gabby's technique,
Gabby had really nice technique also.
Yeah. I don't know, even though Kamova has a lot of deductions in her bars, I like watching it. Right? Like
Gabby's technique on her Ling and her Li is better than some of the Chinese.
Bet all of them. She cleared Chu Yuan on her pirouettes. Even
Nastia's Ling and Li is better than Nastia's.
Nastia's handstands on bars is nasty. And it'd be the body. She's so Nastia is so overrated on bars. Like,
yeah, I used to say that because like when I started watching gymnastics, I used to like go back and watch things that I missed when I wasn't that much of a fan. I would be like, oh, Nastia won bars in 2005, and they said that Nastia was that girl on bars, and then I go and I see these double layouts that are like super piked down, and I'm like, huh?
It's the double front half for me. It's the bent knees on the Giants. It's that nasty ass. Even though her pack salto is done improperly, it looks nice. It's that nasty ass that should have got no height. Like it's them body alignments on them handstands. It's that nasty ass orphan coming up to the high bar with the handstand.
Her layout Gengar was good.
Cleared.
Yeah.
She ate that. You know who's someone said Nastia's floor sucked. I don't know how she got a floor medal. because the bitch who came in fourth sucked more, Jiang Yuan Yuan, with the nasty ass edges. I hate a Jiang Yuan Yuan Shannon Miller ass bitch to just take big ass.
Because there was no way Jian was gonna beat Nastia.
She almost did though, but
yeah, because
the
ABPP was strong in Beijing too. The ABPP was very much present.
The CBBP, the Chinese, not the ABPP, because they wasn't going hard for other Asians. It was just Chinese.
The CBPP.
The ABPP is what we see of today, bitch. Where they want to protect every Asian bitch. Like, okay.
Even though ASAP was overrated on floor, she should have been in the finals over Nastia. No,
period.
Not with her going out of bounds.
That's not enough, bitch. Like the differentiation.
She landed her front layout completely out of bounds at qualification.
Even still, it's that double front for me. It's that 2.5 twist that never was really around, and she had to fake the last quarter turn for me. That nasty ass triple twist in 2005 off bars and beam.
No, Nastia's triple full on floor in 2005 was fine. It was the 2.5 twist that never made it around. The front 2.5.
Marta wasn't gonna take nobody out the finals. She ain't get down like that. Unless I feel like, except for if she knew the gold was on the line. Like I feel like
exactly. Marta know that there was no way Sean was gonna outscore. ASAP was gonna outscore Sean.
No. But like Marta, only time I think Marta would have used it to per country Marta would have did some Romanian shit would have been in 2012. I think if Jordan and Allie qualified over Gabby, because they almost did, remember? I think Marta would have pulled Allie out and put Gabby in the all-around finals.
True.
Because I think Marta knew like Jordan and Allie weren't gonna beat Komova. That's the only time, like even in 2012, when Marta knew 2016 when she knew Allie robbed Gabby, she still let Allie compete.
Allie and Jordan definitely would not have beaten Komova.
No. Someone said Musafina could have got a silver medal, bitch. Musafina would have cleared out. Musafina at her best clears Allie at her best.
Musafina at her best probably would have cleared Komova at the Olympics.
No.
At the Olympics and the all-around
final.
2010
Mustafina's best score would Komova score in the all-around final. Yes, Komova was hella overscored on that vault, though.
Exactly.
And that beam connections, but even still, Komova Mustafina are the same on vault for the most part, but Komova clears that whole beam.
Mustafina would have cleared Jordan Weber in 2011.
Yeah. Well, you don't know that because what if Mustafina regressed? But okay, so who was better?
She did it at the She didn't at the American Cup. I still count that fall as a fluke because she didn't listen to her fucking coach.
That 2.5 she did. That Amina was nasty at the American Cup.
It was. She did regress. She did regress a little bit on vault. But it was good for Europeans, despite her hurting her knee.
Jordan could have got. Yeah, I think Jordan would have turned up in the all-around final.
True.
But just it wouldn't have been enough. Like they helped Jordan. They stopped helping Jordan in 2012, bitch. They said, "Fuck you, bitch."
Talia, I coach at a club, not a school.
Yeah, but as of now, you think Sky Blakely could catch? I don't think Sky Blakely's that big of a threat to Shiley, especially international.
No, definitely not.
Even with her chain.
But I could see them. I could see them putting her up as the third all arounder in qualifications over
Because
Sunni.
what they gonna do, Sunni, that nasty ass ball?
Right. But child, they trying to push for Sunni, but Sunni gotta. Let me tell you what Sunni gotta do. Sunni have to do too many things right now if she want to be considered. If she want to be considered as the third all arounder, she gotta stay on business with bars, which we all know is difficult for her right now. She gotta come up with a different dismount on beam because that
No, that stick with it. It's trash, but that double pipe,
no. But okay, don't do the double pipe, but do a double tuck.
she can't.
Why?
Sunni double tuck in 2019 was nasty, Javasio. You think she finna do that with them kidney issues now?
It's worse. It's less than doing a double pike.
It don't matter, Javasio. Stick with the Steingruber, the nasty ass Steingruber. She
I don't
get the
agree.
D dismount bonus.
I don't agree. That Steingruber is nasty.
It is, but she gets 6/10 from the
Okay.
Steingruber because
And
she
then,
get 4/10 plus the 2/10. I don't think she loses 6. Well,
in all honesty, I would have rather her tuck her legs and go for the gain a double.
she don't know because she ain't gonna get it. She gonna tear that ACL.
Langston!
You ain't see I was wrong though.
No, you're not wrong.
I think you got Javasio. How do I be thinking of shit you don't think of as a coach? Like, come on now.
Nobody. We've seen her done it successfully.
That was no, that she did not. It gave very much them nasty 2.5. It was not around.
And then, we all know she's gonna bring her double back for at least try.
We gonna see.
It's coming back. And then she's gonna do
It's gonna give Erica Fasana.
If she comes,
you remember Erica Fasana's low ass double doubles?
If she comes with her so yeah, but Erica Fasana's double they were low, but they were always solid.
The 310 low landing, the flat feet, the bent knees with a hop, like not bent knees, flat feet with a hop. I'm telling you that when Sunni go to Paris, if she do go to Paris, they gonna clear her. the AVP finna have a meltdown. like they was doing in Tokyo. Like, why is Sunni only getting a 14-2 on me?
Sunni fucked around on beam a lot at the Olympics. The only
Sunni beam in qualification was pretty decent though, and she still got an AOE.
Didn't she went off in team finals?
Got a 14-1. They gave her a 7-8 in team finals. Like I'm telling you, they finna humble Sunni at the Olympics because it's just so many built, especially with them fat ass wobbles, bitch. When that 13-8 come up, just take it, bitch. Like, don't do all that foaming out the mouth. Like,
I think she needs to get rid of that switch ring.
it's worth a lot, though. You can't take 0.5 body shape on a leap, I don't think. I think only 3/10 is the max.
Yeah, but you could also lose the value.
It got to be really, I don't think you can lose the value unless it's really, really bad.
Of the switch ring?
Oh, yeah. Of course. But I'm talking about like a switch half or something like that.
Switch half, you should be able to lose you should lose the fucking value.
You don't.
If it's not 180, you should lose it.
No, no one would get it, Javasio did. I think that could Sunni have medaled in beam if she had? Yeah, she could have beaten Simone. Because Simone put up like a 14. Simone did miss a connection. But I think if Simone Biles went off on beam with that double pipe, if Sunni went off, I think Simone Biles still clears her. It's close. Javasio, have you seen an improvement in USA top training since Marta left? Hell fucking no. We Marta Caroli stands over here.
No, I think it definitely regressed.
like the tops training since mother left. I remember my cousin was 8. They had her going to gym 28 hours a week. She got burned out by 11 and switched to ballet. I think a lot of gymnasts getting burned out, um it was not the fact that they had them training the difficult skills from a young age. It is putting the skills in an actual routine, because like I always say, um doing a skill in training is completely different from competing a skill. Like, from having a skill, there's one thing with having a skill, and having a skill that's competition ready is two different. It's two complete difference. You can have a skill in training, but you just can't go and throw it out there in a competition like that. Like, it, when you get a skill, you have to then get it competition ready. And that's how they burned those juniors out in the modern era, because they wouldn't, these younger kids, they would get these difficult skills, but then they would have to get the skill competition ready, which then it would get them hurt, because then you're doing the numbers every day, trying to make that difficult skill consistent. Like I have a 8-year-old. She does back handspring layout, step outs on beam, and right now she's like working up to back handspring layout on beam. But is it something that she trains every day? No, it's something she does for fun.
Like Javasio, almost all of your 8-year-olds have packs.
Yeah.
All of them can do a pack salto already. But I want to say 28 hours a week at 11 years old is crazy.
Yeah.
It's giving the USSR, bitch. Like, we going back. That's some behind the Berlin Wall ass shit. Like, what the fuck this is? 28 hours a week. Javasio, your girls are like 20, right? If even that.
They do 5 hours a day, 5 days a week.
That's 25. That is a lot.
What do you mean?
25 hours a week?
Okay, 25 hours, but they 5 hours a day, but warm up is like what? Warm up is like 20 minutes long, and then after warm up they go to one event for 30 minutes, and then they condition for 30 minutes. So it's like, okay, warm up condition doesn't really count. Warm up condition, their first hour of practice. So they literally spend like, and then they have a 15-minute break in the middle. They have a 15-minute break at 6:30 every day. So technically they're only spending 3 hours and what, 3 hours and 45 minutes on the equipment.
So how many double doubles does Shiley Jones do on floor every day?
3 to 5. 3 if all three is good. If 5 if you have a bad one in between, you do like a few extras just to get the numbers. And that's what they do at WCC also. Like,
So don't they have like a lot of mats?
they do like a lot of things on like soft landings. Like, very rarely, like in the gym, you would
I'm here. Y'all listening?
finally.
My bad. I just got to the hotel.
Oh. Yeah, very rarely you would have a gymnast doing like full out routines on floor, especially like the pounding events, like floor.
Yeah.
You don't do floor every day. Floor is something that you do, like, if you're doing floor routines, you do floor routines like every other day, like onto like 4-inch mats, like the same mat that Jordan landed her double layout on tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And then like the rest of stuff, like you would do like onto like the landing mat in the pit or something like that. And like with vault is the same thing. You do a lot of things onto like soft landings,
That's what
and
I was thinking. Yeah.
you won't do like your hard landing vaults every day, like those things you do like every other day.
But the thing is, how do they do enough of them to get consistent? Because like they have to like be able to land it. Like you know what I'm saying? Like, isn't that hard for them to adjust? My thing is, how do you teach a gymnast how to do a Morse or like how to do a chain? Like, how do they learn how does someone teach them that?
That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't do like a lot. Like, you don't have to do a lot to get a skill consistent. Like I say, 3 to 5 max a day is enough, or like for a skill that you already have that you're just trying to get consistent. Like if you do it 3 times and like all three of them the landing is good, you move on, you do something else. And then, if it's a 45-minute rotation, you finish everything that you're supposed to do in 20 minutes, and you have a few, what, like almost like 20 minutes again to play around with upgrades.
Most of Javasio's girls that he have is not homeschool. They like literally take the bus to his gym. It seemed like.
Yeah, only one of them is homeschool. I'm trying to get the rest of them to homeschool right now because they keep complaining that the gyms are very the traffic in the gym is very heavy in the night, because we have the red classes and we have ninja classes and preschool classes and everything like all around us, and it could be a little bit distracting sometimes. And I do see now why elite athletes go the homeschool route, because the gym is so much you have a lot of wiggle room in the gym earlier in the day when it's more free, because sometimes things doesn't go as planned.
I wouldn't
Um,
do it if I was someone's parent, Javasio. I feel like I know Sunni, a lot of Jay, a lot of other gymnasts, Sky Blakely, a lot of these new gymnasts do not go to college. I don't I think didn't Charlize Jones go to high school as well? Like most of these gymnasts do go to high school now. I want to say that I don't agree with that. I feel like 3 days a week you need to be your ass need to be going to school like everybody else. I think these kids need to be normal. Like I do agree with hey, um, Tuesday and Thursday they can do online. So they might either come in for one class out of the day or do online school.
Well, no, but
Um,
when I say homeschool, I'm trying to get my kids to do like partial homeschool, where
yeah,
they go to school up to like 12:30, and then they're in the gym from 1, because at least they would have like their first 3 hours of the gym free, because the gym doesn't really get busy till like 4:30 in the evening, like
right.
4 o'clock, 4:30. So at least if they get to gym and they start practice by 1 p.m. latest, at least they have the first 3 hours of practice at the gym being free and empty.
The saddest thing is nine. I think you did. You say your girls stop at 9 p.m. is when they stop.
Yeah, so that's the thing. That's why I want them to do. I want them to practice from 1 p.m. and be out of there by at least 6 p.m. So, they can go home, they can have time to focus on their studies and, do their homework and go to bed early, because, you growth, when you're an athlete, you need to have like a decent amount of sleep, especially when you're a kid, like between the ages of 8 years old and 14. Like, that's when your body's growing and your brains and your muscles and everything are developing. So you do need that rest time that a lot of these kids they don't get, because they get off practice at 9 p.m. and then they leave, they get to home, and then they still have homework to do. They like kids these days, they don't go to bed till like 11:30, some even midnight. I remember when I was their age, 7:30 was my bedtime, 8 latest.
Yeah. Well, I have never was asleep, but well, I used to go to sleep really good. But I just feel bad. Like that's a lot on a kid at such a young age. But I don't want them to not have a normal experience for a sport because most of them won't make it to the Olympics or the World Championships. So,
Right.
sacrificing all that won't even be worth it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. To go to school from 8 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. every day, and then have to come to practice for 5 hours. That's a lot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I know they'd probably be so tired.
Yeah.
And then I saw that you was fucking up some ice cream with them at Sonic's one day. Y'all had me jealous.
Yeah, I try to, like as you said, like, keep it normal. Like, they're normal kids, and we go out and we do things, and just not just make it all so serious all the time.
Mm-mm.
So
Yeah.
Chico, what is all the tea?
So sorry, I'm eating. I want to just start with Trinity falling twice. Did they show that?
No,
No.
can somebody pull it up?
Oh,
Langston, can you pull it up?
No, bitch, we ain't finna pull it up.
I got on too late. Like told me he was gonna be mad at me if I got on too late. But anyway, Trinity fell twice on floor. She did her trousseau and she fell out of it, and it was okay. But I mean, she got up and she kept going, and she like hit her like leg, lower right leg. what like the shin is, and she just
I'm
got up and kept going.
I'm watching it
And then
right now.
and then she fell on her was her double layout, and she fell again on her double layout or her last tumbling pass, whatever her last tumbling pass was. She fell on it and hurt her like knee/shin.
Damn.
And she just laid down on the ground, like she didn't even get up. And
Damn, but
then
her trousseau was so good though.
right, and then her coach came over and he was trying to help her up, and she was like, "I got it, I'm okay." And so she just sat there at the end, and then he kind of walked her off the floor, and she was just so defeated. And so when they moved to the next rotation, because they ended floor with Trinity that rotation, and then when I went to vault, I see Trinity crying, and so they're running over to Trinity, and I think Kayla DiCello asked her what's going on, and she was just like, "I'm not doing vault," and she just started crying. And then she
Damn,
was sitting in
but
front of me crying, and
looking
she
at
was
it
sitting
right
down.
now, it
And her
didn't
two
look
star
like
was perfect. It was
it
perfect in
was.
warm ups. In warm ups, she did.
But
It
for
was the
for
beam
the,
for me.
for competing it, this being her first time competing a trousseau, she should have used the mat. She didn't use any mat legs then.
Marta ain't even allow mats though. You
True.
know, well, I remember when I saw under time with the mats, I said, I didn't even know they had mats because I'd never seen one under Marta.
And then so that was Trinity. She was crying,
Okay,
got iced up.
Damn.
Chico, do
Charlize
you
was on
notice
the
that no one ever had mats when Marta was in control?
They really didn't. I ain't never think about that until you
Damn
just said it now.
Langston.
Until you just said it
But
now.
also, I want to say something,
Damn
Chico.
Langston. Damn
Also, Marta
Langston.
would have never allowed Simone Biles to know your Chenko double pipe.
So mom
Trinity
about stuck to it. She did it so many
Trinity
times today.
I'm just
Trinity
saying,
did it.
Marta ain't do shit like that, bitch. You ain't finna do nothing like, girl, please. Marta take risks, but she stay in her limits.
So mom got that down pat
And
now.
I think a triple double is where that would have really pushed Marta's limits. The mats do a lot. They make the landing softer, but it's kind of hard to control the landing because it's like imagine like landing on a trampoline versus landing on a floor. The floor hurts more, but the trampoline you kind of bounce. You get like a bounce out of it. You get what I'm saying, Gervasio?
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to control it. So that's why a lot of gymnasts that have the mats be grabbed like they literally bounce like Jordan Childs today. They bounce and grab the floor because like they can't absorb the landing
Oh, she
well
was
on
so
that mat.
devastated. Oh, Jordan was so devastated after her floor because it was good. Her floor was going really good, and that last pass, she was
child,
flicking.
I'm still child,
Charlize
I'm
gave her
still
the biggest hug, and Charlize was so supportive of everyone today. She was like cheering on everybody from the side. Her and well, they was on the floor, but her and Sarah were cheering everybody on. And y'all, Sunni getting a fucking 14-2. She was. Did they show that her beam?
Yeah. It
She
wasn't a
almost
14
came.
2.
they showed
She
a lot
came
of
off the beam.
gymnastics. They showed a lot of gymnastics, Chico.
The
That's good.
14-2, it wasn't a
That was a reach.
14-2.
That was a reach. She almost came the fuck off that beam. It took her a minute to get control and get back stable. Then she almost fell on her switch lead.
Chico, what do you think about Hesley?
Hesley need to get rid of that fucking double pike on beam. I don't know why she doing a double pike off of beam. That's my only complaint. Cause she did good today. Well, good for
Went
her
off today.
anyway.
But I
Hesley and
think
Tiana went off.
Jay gonna end up clearing Tiana and Hesley night 2.
Hesley.
Jay Moore's form was bad. It was real bad.
Really?
On her Moore. Yes, in person it did not look good. Her Moore's was well nobody missed it. It wasn't as bad as Jocelyn's though. Jocelyn shit she what happened? What'd you say, Jocelyn?
He thought he only
No,
stopped in his prime area.
sorry. Oh my god. I was telling Langston in person it looks different. So sometimes we see things on TV and like we're like, huh?
Usually TV, and you can tell because they get that good angle that the judges don't see. The angle he saw is more so the judging angle.
Right.
So I don't let me see.
Jocelyn shit looked bad. Jocelyn looked bad. Her form on floor.
Jocelyn looked a lot better than Classics though.
For Jocelyn to have a 6'3" difficulty on floor and her execution be trash like that, that's ridiculous.
She got like a 7-3 execution.
Right. And that's why she should be doing better. Like they started making her push all these hard moves, and her form is just terrible.
I wouldn't say that the Morris wasn't bad, but it definitely has some bent knees and some piking. But she always has that. You got to realize, unfortunately, she stuck it. What was I gonna say? The way the code of points works, Chico, it doesn't matter how small your bent knees are, how small your piking is, you still get the deduction. So even if
Mm.
even when Jade Carey does those great Chusavitas,
Uh
I mean
huh.
them great Moors, they score the same as her regular ones. That's why her scores are always the same because that's how the code of points works. I wish they could bring back like take point 0.5, 0.05 for certain deductions because it's like
Oh yeah, that
her
makes sense.
yeah, because it's like some people's leg separations are worse than others, but they're not bad enough to be 3 tenths. You know
Justin,
what I'm saying?
Right.
Justin's DTY was nasty.
It
It
was.
always nasty though.
Jocelyn just need to cut it out. They need to just refocus for the next quad.
You know who I was happy with, but still was overscored.
Who?
You know who I'm finna say.
You ain't gonna say nobody. Don't you
I'm
do
finna
this
say
today.
Sky Blakely.
Her juice, her chain was good. It was
Her
so
chain
It
was
was
good.
it
good, but it
was
wasn't no
it
fit.
was beautiful, Chico.
It
It was
was. It
beautiful,
was.
Chico. I said that, but it wasn't no damn 15.
No, when you compare, well, look who they compared it against: Jocelyn and fucking Jade Chain. They ain't had nobody else to compare it to. It was.
She
It
But
looked
scored
like she
better
got
Chico,
the
than
distance.
Simone.
She did better. She got the distance of Simone. She got about the height of Simone, but you know, Simone look like she get a little higher because she's smaller.
that
She got the
piking
distance and
though.
height. It wasn't that pipe. It was not that pipe. If you saying it pipe, it showed and looked like it in person. So the judges might didn't see it. It didn't look like it. Maybe on the replay, but it didn't look like it in person. It was
We finna
nice.
see.
No,
And when I
Langston,
tell you everybody
Langston,
screamed,
in the camera, it looked great. So I could imagine how it looked in person.
when I tell y'all everybody fucking screamed, everybody screamed in that
Why
place.
doesn't no one
It,
go to these meets in Fort Worth?
Cause
True.
it's an ass. Ain't nothing in Fort Worth. That's why. It's nothing here.
Fort Worth is right
Yeah,
beside Dallas, though.
because
Like they,
You gotta drive
for
to
women,
Dallas, right?
for women, women's day one of
It's
U.S.
always like that
nationals
day
in a
one. Day one it be less people than day two.
not at a U.S. nationals.
no, yeah,
Last
U.S.
year
Nationals always
national
got them.
They
now
won
last year national
they won at U.S. nationals in 2008 and 2007.
Nah, I'm looking at it. Her body shape on this is really bad. I didn't notice it.
Who?
Sky Blakely. Her piking did improve a lot, so I would take that back.
it looked good like that. If you would have saw it in person, that would have been a one time you would be like, God damn Sky.
It
Like
was beautiful. It was beautiful. But this
she walked
310
up when she
arch,
got done with it. When she got done with it, her and Kayla was talking, and so Kayla, because you know they right in front of me, so I'm listening to everything they saying.
look at what I just sent to you right here.
What you send it on Instagram?
Yeah, her arch.
Chico, did you get to move around a little bit, or you just stayed the
Yeah, I
same?
moved
I like
around to
Nate
see.
said, it
I
was
moved
good.
around to
It
see
was
Sky
good, but it
do
wasn't no
beam.
14. I think they should have given her the scores they be giving Jay sometimes, like a 14A. That's still a good score for a chain, but I don't think it's as good as the chains Rebecca and Simone be doing and getting those scores.
Well, it probably get 13. I mean 14.8, 14.75 international, but
Which is what
domestic. That's
Jade gets. Yeah.
but
Langston,
domestic. When they seen Jade and fucking Jocelyn, they ain't had no choice. Like they, I mean, well, they did score high. I wasn't expecting 15, but it looked like she stuck it at first from my
um,
angle, but
Chico,
she
what do
didn't.
you?
She suffered back.
I feel like Jade, how you feel about Jade being underscored, Chico, again?
They are playing in Jade face. Like they really are playing in Jade face when it comes to ball and floor. I don't like it.
Y'all ain't looking what I sent in the Ratchet group chat. Like
Um, I just
this
seen it.
arch, this arch right here with the bent knees, like this, I would say 310 body shape. I don't know if you can see the bent knees in slow motion, so I'm not gonna
I
tell
can't
you.
see the bent knees on it.
I didn't even notice she had bent knees. So I'm looking at it. Leg separation, flex feet, minor piking, and 3/10 body shape with the shoulder angle coming on the table. So like 8/10 off, 8/10
How
off
much is the
production.
chain? 6-0? Is it 6-0?
Big 5'6". So
5
14.8.
6.
14.8. That's about
Oh yeah,
right.
when you say that, yeah,
Chico,
yeah, okay, maybe they did
Chico,
overscore. But yeah, what's up?
what do you think about Leanne Wong tonight?
They
Lee Ann
did
still not
they
Lee,
did
Lee,
my favorite fortune cookie and Chico.
Lee Ann not giving me big Lee Ann though, y'all.
She not,
She not giving me what I need from her.
but she giving medium Leanne, and
What do you
medium
mean
Leanne
she
showing up to
not?
beat
What do
Kayla.
you mean she's not giving you the Leanne Wong? I would say tonight, it was dramatic improvement from between classics and now.
It was, but Leanne, we know how much better Leanne is.
Yeah, but Chico, I'm saying is we seen dramatic improvements, but they underscored her a lot tonight.
Yeah.
If they had given her the
She
score
should
she
have broke
deserved,
four. I thought she was gonna broke 14 on bars, so
if
she got 13-9. I was questioning it.
if they
It
had
was
given her the score she deserved, you would not have been seeing that tonight.
if everything was fair, if everything was fair, it should have been Simone, Sky, Leanne. I said what the fuck I said, bitch. Leanne
Leanne
clear.
and and then Sunni, then Kayla.
Hesley clear Sunni. I'm just lying. I'm just making shit up now.
Langston, you're
Hanson
Okay.
would have
so
got
annoying.
If
Javasca,
Hanson didn't
listen.
have that.
Kayla
Listen,
DiCello still clear Sunni lead, bitch. I said what I
yeah,
said.
Kelly DiCello clear soon, and she did.
This
And
competition, it would have been. It
yeah,
should have been about much, but she clear Sunni. But so it should have
let me
been
tell y'all, Kayla.
Simone. Simone, no. You think Jade? I don't think Jade cleared Sunni today. I think it should have
No,
been. They should have been. They should have been close. They weren't that far apart. I don't think though.
they weren't. Jay had a 55.05, and Sony had a 55.75. So
Oh,
they was
that
off
is a
by
good bet.
17. Yeah, well, yeah,
I think she
17.
should be like 2 or 3 tenths behind Sunni.
Well, it's because her. Well, she get about the
Them
same thing.
bars, Mama. Why
It
did
was,
Mama downgrade her fucking bars?
yeah, she downgraded her bars. That was the problem, and then her beam score,
Whole
whatever her
time,
beam.
me and Allie were confused. Javasio was right about, oh no, she deserves a 13.6. Javasio, you were right. In terms of the
Hmm.
E score, I'm thinking Mama had like a 6.0. So when that five
Mm.
six came up, I was like,
No,
oh
she took out the fucking the Ray.
yeah.
I don't
So
know how
with the
Kayla.
six, so Javasio, listen, with the six, she should have been at a 14 something. But with the
Yeah,
5 6, yeah, bitch, you ain't hell no, you ain't coming. I can't believe we was looking talking about a 14 for Jade on bars.
Right,
when
Jade
they
fucking
gave
around.
when they gave Sky a 14-4 on bars, when I was watching Kayla bars, I was like, oh, Kayla finna outscore Sky on bars.
I still didn't
Kayla
see
fucking
Sky's
feet.
bars yet.
That
Um,
was the first one showed.
I didn't see it. I was doing something.
Kayla feet were glued together. She been
Yeah,
working on her execution. Her
Kayla,
feet
she
were
went off on
glued.
she went off,
She
but
did.
it wasn't no 14.5, Chico.
14-3,
I,
not 14-5.
that's what
I
I was
said what
thinking.
I said.
14-3. I was thinking 14-3 because I saw what Sky got, and I'm like, 14-4-5 because I didn't
Kayla,
expect it half for Sky.
Sky
And then
14.
I was gonna say 14-3 for Sky. And then I saw Kayla's, and
No,
I'm
because
like,
Sky got 14-1 at Worlds. Her double front half was better. No, but her handstand, some of her no, Sky deserved like a 14-1. She did eat Sky up on this bar team, but like by a tenth or two, not by that. Jordan was overscored too.
well, look what happened. See, Charlize is out, and all these girls getting crazy ass scores. That's what happened.
Who was
So,
overscored? Jordan on what?
No
on
bars.
bars, she had a lot of leg separation. I was shocked too how high her bar score was. I
The
mean,
most
she still do
overscored,
good.
you know what it was for me?
It's Sony Bean. Sony Bean was the most
No, Chico.
overscored thing
It was
tonight.
Kayla's 14-4 on vault and Suni's 14.
When I saw Kayla got a man, look, I'm like, Kayla did good. Don't get me wrong. Her double twisting Checo was good. But a 14-4, what the fuck they would have gave Charlize then? A 14-6 on a double twisting Checo?
14-8, bitch.
That's what I
Right. If
said.
if
That's what I
Kayla
said. I
DiCello,
said if
if
Kayla DiCello
Kayla
get a 14-4, then Charlize Lois should be
So at least
14.
exactly.
Listen, Javasio, it's given a 1988 Olympics.
They are fucking pushing Kayla. A 14-4, cause I think which one of them? Hasley Rivera got a 14-2 on ball, and I said how? I was like, she did do good, but a 14-2, they outscored Jordan on her double twist knee Chanko, which is crazy. Jordan let all these girls tee on the sacrum, outscore her. Like, how?
Chico, you do not know how to pronounce that girl's name at all.
Yeah. It's
Well,
the Alabama accent. I'm sorry,
look,
Mississippi. You
Chico,
from Mississippi, not Alabama.
it's
I be
Sumana.
mixing it up. I'm sorry, Chico. You're from Mississippi, not Alabama. You live in
but
Alabama.
I've been in Alabama for like over 10 years, so
Why are you in Alabama instead of Georgia?
because I went to school in Alabama, so that's why I went to UAB.
I would have to get away from the Ku Klux Klan, baby. I'm sorry. Atlanta got a lot of opportunities for black people. You get what I'm saying?
I was there working for like 9 months, so I guess I stayed there for a little while.
I feel like
Wait,
Alabama, like the
Chico,
others.
not Chico.
I want to
What's that
move to
boy?
New York. I want to move to New York though with Javasio and Trinity, but I don't got New
Hmm.
York money.
Langston. Sky did her Chang in her first vault.
I know that.
Yeah,
I
she
told we
did.
been said that.
No, you said she got some nerve
No,
doing it
I
in the
said she
second vault.
should have done it her second vault, but I said I was
Why?
appalled
That's a high school vault.
because Javasio, we're playing to win. We're not playing to we ain't listen. This ain't Vegas, bitch. Like we not playing to go bankrupt, okay, bitch. We playing to win the most without
Yeah, but
sacrificing
Langston,
it all.
no,
So for
no, no, no. Hold
Sky
No,
on, Langston. No, no,
Sky
no.
knew she
Hold
had
on,
to do that
Langston.
chain first. No, wait,
to beat
Hold
Jamasio.
on.
Kayla,
Sky,
I know.
yeah,
No, no, no.
she knew she had to
Langston.
do that chain to beat Kayla, so she had to
No,
do it
it's not
first.
even that. No, both of y'all are wrong. Just shut up right now. Because from a coach's point
Who
of
are
view,
you
you want
talking
to
to
do
right now, Javasio?
no, because y'all pissing me off because y'all talking
Me?
trash right now. You do your
I'm
hardest
not
vote
talking
first.
trash. I'm
You do
not.
your
I'm
hardest. You do your hardest vote first. Why would she do their Chang as a
No,
second vote
because
when she's tired?
Javasio,
No,
she's not
no,
consider.
no.
Javasio, you're not thinking right now. I hear what you're talking about, but Javasio, I didn't say she shouldn't do it
That's
eventually.
like you trying to say Simone should do her. You tinkle double pike second.
Yes.
No, that's not how it goes.
No, I'm talking about some. Actually, that's what Ellie Black did. Let me tell you why, Javasio.
And
Until
that's
you're
why
more
Ellie Black don't
comfortable,
got a fault medal.
Javasio, listen. You said what?
That's why she don't got a bottom milk.
Who?
Ella Black.
Ellie Black. Both her boss sub. No, no. Listen, she got good landings, but that pipe full twisted. She be clearing that bitch though. Ellie Black would clear her a pipe full twist, baby. Oh,
Langston love him some Ellie Black.
I clear her for bars though, but
You do. And Beam.
her
Ella
beam
go
is
off on
she be go
beam.
off on beam. It's the bars. She the opposite of Jade. I love Jade bars, but it's Jade beam for me. Like, she be
Jade
thinking she
Beam.
doing something.
No, Jade dance on floor. It's really cringy.
Don't do the Queen of Caucasia, bitch.
Langston, why I yelled that out when she doing her vault? I was like,
What?
Jade! She turned
You
around.
yelled that out? What did she
I said,
say?
I said, Queen of Caucasian. I said, let's
What
go,
did
Queen
the
of
crowd
Caucasian.
say?
Everybody was screaming her name. Nobody really paid me any attention when I said that.
Bitch, I feel like they all heard that shit, bitch. Like,
I was sitting by a lot of. Well, didn't nobody say nothing. I said it loud too.
I need Jade to give us them good chains she was doing. Like, her chains are good. You're talking about like, cause Jade, I do agree. Like, in my opinion, I'm it lost. I still think Jade will make the team, but like Javasio says, she gonna have to fight harder. Like, I do agree. Like this, for her answer, this is not enough. Jade gonna have to push
But if
harder.
USA want medals, they need to take Jay. It ain't a question
But
about
the
it.
thing is, they're thinking like Javasio's thinking. They're not thinking smart. Well, oh, we can have two chains. Well, Sky Blakely can maybe outscore Jade. That's what they're thinking.
They can think that all they want to, but
They
Sky
in
don't
they
have a
in
strong
trying to
enough.
they in trying to
Sky
have
don't
three
have another
chains.
body.
Sky
It
does
don't matter
have
about the.
Sky does have a good DTY, Chico.
She does have a good
How
DTY, but
about
she's
Sky
not gonna
DTY only
medal.
scored a 14-1 though, but Kayla
That
scored a
was
14-4.
crazy, and that was fucking crazy because Sky DTY is better than Kayla. I don't know how Kayla
Yeah,
can get
I
score
think
higher than her.
Sky clears. I wouldn't say clears, but I like Sky's DTY better than Jade's.
Well, yeah, Sky got a good DTY. She scores usually
But the
right
problem
behind
is,
Charlize.
Javasio, the reason why I said this is because Sky Blakely has never done a chain at a domestic competition before. I don't want her to do that chain and get a zero. That's a possibility, Javasio. Like when you go
Mm.
up, when you're not comfortable with a ball, like if you don't land it feet first, you get a zero. Like so, it's like, or she can fall on it. Like
When
you
she
rather
did
her.
her Lopez, I wasn't
Langston.
even
So
when she did
Javaskia,
her.
what I'm saying is I want you to hit your DTY and with the confidence of that, do your chain. And then when you get more comfortable in your chain, I'm talking about if she was
Langston.
to hit it, if she would have hit it today, I would have had her do it as her first fall. But she went all out and it worked. But sometimes going all out don't work, Javasio. If she would have hit her chain,
Langston when she was in warm up she didn't warm up the chain. She warmed up a Lopez, and it had so much power. Like
yeah,
she had so much
And
power out of her
so did
Lopez, and I thought she was gonna warm up the chain. And I was like, oh, maybe she ain't doing it because she ain't warm it up. And I'll be damned, she fucking stuck. She was a rock.
see
because you ain't talking
it's
about
called
take.
trusting your training and knowing that you can hit what you're about to perform.
But Javasio ain't that damn simple, especially for someone with the inconsistency of Sky Blakely. So my
But
point is,
she not inconsistent on bout though.
Well,
She's
no,
never
yes,
Chico,
she's
inconsistent on
not.
we
bout.
thought she wasn't
She's
on
not.
bars until she became inconsistent on bars this year. So again, a
But
chain is a different ball.
I'm
Who's not
not looking
inconsistent on
down.
ball?
I'm not
Now
looking
who's
down for. I'm not trying to throw no downfall at her on vault. We've never seen her mess up on vault, so
Right.
I'm not about to say no ifs, no buts,
Javasio?
no
I'm not
maybe.
saying she's gonna mess up on vault, but even Jade Carey tripped up on her vault running down the runway. Like, what's the
That was
name?
That
unscheduled.
just goes to show. That just goes to show it happens to anybody. So
But I'm
just
just saying that Javasio, my point is with Sky Blakely, she doesn't have the repetition with this ball. And when she's competing to be because right now Sky Blakely's making a team as an all arounder, not as a ball, like as a ball girl. Even now, I wouldn't consider her a ball girl, even though she hit this nice chain.
I'm
But my
considering
point,
her a vault girl now. I'm sorry.
I never
but
not considered Sky as a vault girl. I always wondered why they put Leanne on
She
vault
is
instead of
she is
Sky.
because
Sky
of
Sky
scores
is
better.
consistency.
Sky is a vault girl now to me
Sky been a vault. I always thought she was
because
a better vaulter than
So I
Leanne.
it takes a
Javasio, I
lot.
see,
It takes a lot to do a chain.
I
And she
agree.
ate that. She
But I'm
ate
just saying
that.
she did eat that. But I'm just saying, Javasio, my point is that when she's trying to make this team, like Sky couldn't make the team with a DTY. I think this change really helps her case. But Sky's case was mainly off of bars for being inconsistency. Now this chain helps her. But my point is like for Sky Blakely, if she puts up a consistent 14-2 on her DTY, I'd rather her, you get what I'm saying, Chico. You'd rather her be able to count that score than throwing a nasty ass chain
But
and
they
possibly
already
get
know
hurt.
they can count on her DTY. That's the thing.
But
She
Chico,
does
the
the
first bar is the one that counts in the all around total,
right.
not the
You
second.
right.
So that's all I'm saying. Javasio, if she was to hit the chain, they would still see, oh, she can hit a chain. It
But what
doesn't
if?
matter if she did it her
What
second.
if? But Langston, what if she knows she can't? I won't be able to do this chain as good as as if I were to do it in the first fall. All those things could be playing in her head. You don't
I
think
thought
Well,
they
she
that's
did
they
trust
true.
the
didn't?
I didn't think,
confidence today.
but
When she
You
did
don't
Javasio,
think
the
they thought
she
podium
about
literally
that?
training,
said she literally said she would decide midway through, which we all took it. She would throw it as her second ball. A lot of gymnasts do that all the time.
No, she said she would decide what she's gonna do after podium training. She was gonna throw it in podium training and see how it goes.
So,
and
for
she did it
example,
good. And in
Simone,
podium training, she did
Simone
it
gonna
so
throw her
good.
Yurchenko double pipe and a lot of like She do better in the all around competition. I think she will this year, but you got what I'm saying, like usually she don't do that. So my point is when you throw are you I don't know if she'll Simone would throw her
Langston,
Yurchenko
I
double
get
pike
what
in
you're
the
saying, but I
I
think
don't think
that Sky
Simone
was
is
just
gonna. I
she
don't
was
think
confident
Simone is.
today, and she knew because she did it well in podium. You've been saying for months you wanted to see her do it on competition floor, even though I've been saying for months she got a chain in the soft mat. She been
I don't see.
practicing, and it
I don't
shows.
see
It
Simone.
shows.
I still
Even
think Simone is not gonna throw her Yurchenko double pike in all around finals this year because Simone upped her difficulty on bars and she upped the difficulty on floor. So
I think in all around, yes, team finals is where, but she thought that Yurchenko double pike every competition. I think she'll do it.
you think so? I don't
I
think
don't
so.
even know if it's not worth it. She got a
It's
7-0
not.
D score on floor. She
Maybe
got a
she
7-0
could.
on floor.
Maybe she could, but like I said, it's not
I
worth it
Javasio,
because
I think Simone wants to clear Rebecca. I
yes,
think she wants to clear Rebecca on every event.
but she could clear Rebecca because she already cleared Rebecca with less difficulty last year. She had
But
a less
I
difficult bar
think she
routine.
wants to
She had
clear
a less
Rebecca on
difficult floor
vault.
routine. She's not gonna. She wants to clear Rebecca on vault finals, but in all around finals, she doesn't need. We're talking about all around finals. She doesn't need the Yachenko double pike. That's what I'm
She
saying.
don't. I don't think she wants to see Rebecca ahead of her in the first rotation. I think she. I just think she wants to clear her on every event.
I could see that too. I could see her getting a little bit cocky. I could see her being a little bit cocky and being
Well,
like,
y'all know who was the bar champion today? Simone.
right.
Simone
And
was the
that's
bar
deserved.
champion today. Well deserved. Because, I mean, and Sunni came in top five. She did what she said she wanted to do. So she just got to repeat that night, too.
Did Simone ever
And
won bars at nationals? I think she did it twice.
no.
Yes, in 2018,
Oh, yeah, 18.
she won every event. She gonna win every event this year. Look like.
True.
Y'all, Charlize wanted to be competing. You can tell she wanted to be competing. She was looking like, I just want to compete. I want to be there. But she was supportive.
And
Y'all, when Sky got through,
I still think Charlize could have competed. Charlize could have at least did.
no, they're
Um,
thinking smart. They thinking smart, though. It's best
no,
for them
but
to.
I'm saying she could have still competed beam and floor at least. Vault that
Floor with her
Yurchenko
shoulder,
would have.
she got to do all them back handsprings on floor when she
No,
tumbling. That's
doesn't
gonna hurt
really.
her shoulder.
Not as much as vault or bars.
Well, anyway, after Sky chain and her box scores, everybody was hugging her. All the girls was happy. All the coaches, Kelly Hill gave her the biggest hug. Like everybody was congratulating her. No shade, but only person I did
Same
see
at
come.
podium training. At podium training, she
Who
got
you
a
who you
lot
said
better.
Yeah.
who you ain't see who you ain't see what were you gonna say, Chico?
What? Oh, did you see Simone congratulate her? You know I did. I was looking. I was looking.
Who corrected who?
Oh, she did. She did. She did later.
You said
Yeah.
someone didn't congratulate Sky, Chico. Spill the tea.
Oh, I thought Simone didn't, but she did. Apparently, when she walked over there, I just got corrected. Apparently, when she got through talking to Charlize, that's when Simone went over there and talked to her. Well, never mind. But anyway, all the coaches, all the girls, everybody was just like so proud of her,
I
and you
need the
could
Queen of
tell.
Caucasian to clear a couple of these. I need her to clear some of these empresses because some of these you know what I'm talking about, like Asian people getting real gassed up in the head, like, and it's just I don't know how to feel about that. I need her to take Tiana and Hesley down night two. I don't want to see her take Leanne
Well,
down in all around.
Kayla did her big one today.
It
Um,
wasn't enough. You mean she
I'm
did her small
sorry.
one, Chico?
I'm
Kayla did her
sorry,
small
but
one.
I'm sorry,
Look,
but
when I saw Sky do, Sky went out of bound on floor. I think she should just get rid of her chuso. She can do a clean double layout, and it'll save her the execute because
That's true.
the execution she losing on that chuso by going out of bound and the execution point
again,
like form
guys,
errors.
But Chico, let
again,
me say
it was
something.
the mat.
Sky Blake,
It was the mat
I'm
that
be the one to
Sky
tell you,
threw.
Chico. Sky Blakely floor just suck. And no matter what Tillman pass she do, she gonna like
Well, when she
Chico.
won, her double layout looked so good in warm up. So I was like, I think if she take away that chuso,
Chico.
it'll save her that neutral
She flew out
deduction.
of
No,
bounds all the times in that double layout though.
no, I don't agree. I don't agree. Her Chusa was fine tonight. It was the mat that threw her out of bounds.
So that's what it
No,
was. The man.
Chico. We gonna see day 2. I hope Sky Blakely don't end up collapsing night 2.
I hope not. I think
I
she's gonna
can't
be on the
I
high.
can't
I think
have
she's gonna be
Kayla
on the high.
DiCello. I can't have Kayla DiCello being second outside of Simone, baby.
Me
True.
either. So you know
I
what that
can't. I
means?
can't.
Sky don't have a choice but to clear because
But
Kayla
Leanne
Cello
Wong should have
cannot.
cleared. Leanne Wong should have won the battle of the Ling Lings. I said what I said. Like,
Bitch. Who all the Ling Lings are?
there's right now, Tiana is Asian American, but you get what I'm saying. Like, Indians are Asian Americans. But
Honestly,
It's Leanne, Kayla,
Sunni.
Diva,
Sunni,
and Simone Rose.
Kidney,
Kidney.
Who?
Kidney.
Bitch. Sunni.
Kayla is white, Asian, black, a whole bunch of races, but Mama look Asian in the face.
Right.
She look white and Asian, but like I said, Mama's is from over there. Okay, so you know what I'm talking about. But Chica, we finna talk our shit behind the scenes. We ain't finna be on here all day.
Okay, yeah.
But anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning into my live coverage. Please like, comment, and subscribe down below. Make sure you have a nice day, you guys. Goodbye.